The game is open on the wrong monitor. There we go. Run with that. So I'm probably gonna have to do a little bit of a oh, come on. Oh wow, this is like really help. So it's fixed on my it got fixed on my this is a terrible way to start. Okay. Let's try that again. Game settings. Everything seems to be okay. But do I get monitor settings? All right, let's try this again. Sorry about that. All right, there we go. It's just not showing up on the screen. Hopefully that will be fixed in a minute. And let me just get a quick look at my... There we go. While I'm at it, I'm just going to get a quick look at a couple of my settings in here. Okay, so a little bit of housekeeping before we go too deep. First of all, I am playing Age of Wonders Planetfall Revelations. I have Paradox, Triumph, Triple Point, all the good people to thank for not just a key to Age of Wonders Planetfall, but also this Revelations DLC. I am a fan of the Age of Wonders series. I think I might have even played the first one way back when. Obviously, it's not such a deeply ingrained memory that I feel comfortable, you know, speaking at great length about it, but I'm pretty sure I've played the first one at some point. And as much as I enjoy number 3, Planetfall is by far my favorite in this series. Now with that in mind, the reason why I mention all of the people who gave me a key, this is coming off a while ago, and I think I've been pretty consistent with this anyway, but it is always important to talk about where you get keys from to disclose any particular interests. And again, I think for smaller streamers like myself, there is sometimes a, there's a little marketing at play, right? You know, I'm a very important VIP who gets keys from developers. It can be. I mean, I'm very grateful for it, and I hope that the people who do give me keys are getting what they want out of it. But the important thing on this is that in addition to some FTC guidelines out there, my own view on this stuff is that I am very enthusiastic about most games that I play, and this can go all the way back to an indie called what was it, Slain? Pretty sure it was Slain. Anyways, it was not what people wanted when it first came out, and the fact of the matter is I didn't mind it that much. I thought there were some spots it could have been better at, but I had an okay time with it, and I kind of liked the art style and whatnot. But it was not a successful game, and they actually put a lot of effort into improving it. And I think now it's called like Back from Hell. So the thing on this is that it's really not up to me to tell you, what kind of weighting you should give to somebody who's been given a key. The fact of the matter is that I have my own tastes on games. I always like to say that the price of a game isn't really, it's real. I like to think my opinions are worth a little bit more than that. But I also need to reflect on the fact that that's really not my call to make for you. That's ultimately something that everybody's going to have to decide in terms of whether or not they want to move on. I would be lying if I said that it was not a factor in terms of the way that people are making purchases now to have individuals play something. And clearly giving out a lot of keys to something will make it seem like everyone's playing this big new thing. Take that into your reckoning. I have enough sort of things that I want to play right now that if I didn't enjoy Planetfall, I probably wouldn't be continuing on with it. But as always, do your own work, figure out if it's something that you want. But if you are intrigued in Age of Wonders Planetfall, I will let you know that at least in the Humble Fall sale, it may be elsewhere as well, it's currently 33% off, so if you want to use my affiliate link for that, I do see a little bit of money for it. If you want to send the full amount towards Triumph and Paradox, you can always buy it on Paradox Plaza, and if you just like the convenience of Steam, you can do that as well. But the game currently is on sale for 33%. DLC is still for full price because it's only a couple of weeks old. And with that in mind, I think we are ready to jump back into the campaign. Couple of details in terms of what's going on with the stream in general. I've recorded 2 new Elder Scrolls Morrowind episodes, but I did discover yesterday, although it may have affected my... Ooh, that looks a little grim. May have affected the earlier episodes, and I just wasn't realizing. I seem to be having some problems with my video card, and some of the technically inclined may be able to help me out with this. But it seems that I ran 3D Mark, so I'm running an Intel Core i7 6700K. Hey, thank you very much. I'm gonna call you Smock, because I always... Is it Prodzooey Smock, I think it is. Battletech? No, this is Age of Wonders Planetfall. Does it say Battletech on here? Oh, come on! I'm gonna hear that in a minute. Sorry about that. This should be Age of Wonders Planetfall. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, I love BattleTech, but we're on Planetfall. Why is this not changing? There we go. Okay. Not too crazy about some of the Twitch changes, to be honest. So anyways, and 980 Ti. So I made that in late 2015, and I did a 3D Mark benchmark on it. Did the same 3D Mark benchmark yesterday, and the computer lost thousands of points on the benchmark score, specifically on the graphics component. So it looks like something is causing me to sort of underperform in that regard. Now, one of the big factors behind this is I do use my GPU for encoding on stream, and the Morrowind episodes are particularly demanding in terms of processing, just because I put a really high bit rate for them and all of that. But I am a little curious as to how far the problems are. So if you happen to notice any quality changes or that, please let me know. More importantly, if you have any ideas about how I can overcome the challenges. It could just be that it's new drive. I know some people mention that new drivers will sometimes cause this. But I'm at a little bit of a loss in terms of why my graphics card seems to be underperforming, and I'm not sure if that's going to be affecting my my overall stream quality. But I'll do my best not to have it do that. But anyways, let's think a little bit about what our next few steps are. So in the case of overall goals, we were able to get rid of the who was it? Oh, maybe it doesn't. Oh, yeah, here we are. So we had... Oh, does it not say? Anyways, there was a sort of like a bounty hunter that that was after us. Here we go. So that was good news there. We finished that last week. Now, the Autonom enemies, they're over here. I think I've more or less consigned myself to not being able to take them out, but let's see if we can pull it off. Oh yeah, there is no way I'm getting close enough 2 turns. So I think I'm just going to have to eat the failure. I've got an anomalous site. Okay, so 1 in the information wall, and of course we've got 1 here. We need heroes for that. And then essential cure. Right, we've been sitting on this one the whole time because I don't want to spend my Cosmite. Alright, so this is the first of the campaigns in the Revelations DLC, and we just kind of took out the bad guys. So as you can see, we control a lot more of the map all of a sudden, and they all need to be managed. So let's start with a quick peek. So if you can just give me a second here, I want to check something real quick on my settings. Wow. I'm just looking at the extent of some of this video card stuff. Like, this is not a very demanding game, but I'm noticing some pretty... It's fun if I just turn this off. Not much of an improvement, to be honest, but it'll work for the... stream. I don't want to spend too much time on technical stuff. I'm trying to see exactly what the nature of the problem is. Anyway, so in addition to just sort of managing all of my different units, we had the Heritor Crypt. So wait, it's an Aztec crypt hidden on Obelisk 5. It was precisely what Hadel Esran has been looking for. You will need to learn of its exact location. I thought we'd already found this. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was the information wall? Either way, I think we'll take my main unit and we'll get him investigating the information wall. I'm a little confused as to what some of these other other missions are. Can win this map by finding the remnants of the old Aztec religion. Okay, so eventually I need to build some irrigation. Visit the cult sites, which I'm assuming are these. Okay. I'll work with what's in the log, and then we'll see how far I get with it. So these guys, I mean, I can kind of move them, but where do I want to move them? Right, this is my Island of Misfit unit. Well, I suppose we can start by picking up some goods. Oh yes, I can also pick some expansion sites. So this is Badrinara? Okay. But this is for Bassadar. So Bassadar's got 2 science locations right now. We can give him the, what's this, Aztec Essence Pool, so I'm assuming that's not the same as energy. So the Essence Gash is kind of tempting. Sorry, the Essence Gash, the Leaking History Generator is tempting. The Essence Gash is not. That's sort of a negative. Well, not sort of. It is a negative to the location. I could have sworn that there were other people on this map and that we'd created like a tension by colonizing too close to them. I must be thinking of another... Oh, that's right. That was the main mission. So, as far as terrain features are concerned, this is actually kind of thin. So we've got the science down. If I want more production, this is a good This is a good start. Energy I can probably pull out to the tachyon cells. There is the temptation of the Desert of Lost Hopes. Now, this will carry the drawback of the Void Storm, dimensionally unstable, causing reality in this section of space to blur. So, pros, Cosmite, cons, kind of hazards. I think actually in this case I'm going to go a little off the beaten path, so we don't have any obvious industry-related areas. So I was originally going to do something like this or something like this, but I can actually still get the two. I can still get the two industry alongside some food, and I actually think growth is a little bit more important to me right now than being able to generate more energy. So we will claim Glamper's Glen. This also interests me, so I don't seem to need units. I may have been mistaken about this all along, or they may have changed it. But anyways, we're now annexing Glamper's Glen. Production for Bassineth. Now, this is one of the locations that we took from the bounty hunters, so let's see what we can do production-wise with them. You know what? Let's get the recently conquered territory to start working on the other. This is something that we didn't have before, so we might as well take advantage of it. Let's do the mountain sectors upgrade next. I'm totally fine with these improvements. Maybe we'll go for the botanical gardens for the happiness. Yeah, we'll go infrastructure and then military. All right, same story here. We'll dedicate the recently conquered resources towards the goal. I suppose we should do research exploitation in this area. And then again, I'm thinking amenities are probably the way to go here. So, recreational dome, botanical gardens. The extra energy couldn't hurt, but let's go military first. Okay, and I think we're ready to take our turn. You can just give me a quick second. Sorry to cut out the music, but I actually have something I want to track. It's just a thing I gotta check off camera. I'm actually gonna take a look at my temperatures while I run this, so... Sorry about this. I know it's a... I know it's not the most exciting thing to watch here, but I do want to figure out what's going wrong with my stream. I'm just trying to get the temperatures here, but it's not working. If I can't find it in the next minute or so, I'll go without, but it would be really helpful to have this information. Hmm. So apparently none of this reports my GPU temperature. Great. All right, well, it was worth a try. All right, so message from the Forgotten Faction. Mortal infidels came into our place of entombment. They defaced our sacred lore. They stole our holy crystals. Creator gave us some commandments for our happiness. Stealing is forbidden. Those who abuse our commandments squander their lives and are unworthy of the essence that they hold. Prove your worthiness, slay the thieves. Well, I do have a free army. I'm still trying to see whether or not I can get to the Autonom in time. The answer is no, I cannot. Alright, so Romulo House Zartan wants to join me for 150. So it is going to take up all my energy, but I generally do like recruiting a bunch of heroes. And clearly, like, this is just a month's income. So I'll work with that. Now, I believe these guys were a replacement for one of my existing units. I suppose this is the only possibility right now. So here's what we're going to do. We'll make him part of the unit of misfit toys. Get these guys to line up. What goal is this? I mean, the other thing I can do is start clearing out all of the areas I'm exploiting. Alright, Bassadar is an unexploited sector. I suppose we can change that. Industrial exploitation for the boys below. Next up, I think generally anything that's morale oriented would be nice. Oh yes, I have Cosmite Research Center, so yeah, let's go with that right away. Hydroponics, that's growth oriented. Okay, these guys. Do I want to try and take out the... This is 593 strength, so it's not that tough. Would be up against rabid piglets and friends. To be honest, I have had stronger armies. I think I'm actually going to wait till the hero shows up on this one. Oh, damn it. Didn't mean to do that. Well, you know what? I need to feel better about myself. Combat it is. Alright, so the big worry that I have here is, so these guys have got range. These guys I suspect have at least one range. And these guys can take us down from the sky, so we're in a little bit of a tough spot in terms of just making all this count. So, you know what? I think we're just going to go way over... We're going to go hard on the side here. Let's see how they react. Okay. I'm a little nervous about putting people beside each other. Well, if I'm nervous about it, I won't do it.
Operations available.
Alright, so it looks like they would just want to stay put. think I'm going to try the bolas on this one first. I'm not sure whether or not that affects their ability to do attacks, but hopefully we can lock them down a little bit with this. And you know what? I'm going to commit to the other range target. It's not an ideal attack, but it's if I lock these guys down, then I don't actually have that much to worry about from them. Yeah. These guys really don't do much attack-wise, so. Okay, so let's see what the consequences of this are. Okay, so we know we're safe from the these guys for at least one more round. So let's take the opportunity to put the hurt on the next group. Am I going to be able to reach anybody with these? Not really. No. I should have reconsidered that. That probably was a... Nope, that's still a melee attack. I have less to worry about. Alright, these guys still don't have much to do, and here we're gonna throw things at the piglets. Well, that's a shame. Alright, now, gonna do something a little bold here. I think this might get me a flank. This is basically just trying to get rid of... This is trying to get rid of the ranged attack on my bees. So again, next turn these guys are going to become active, but hopefully we'll have an answer. So then the idea here is that the air is going to take on the piglets, and the ground is going to take on the hopper hounds. Okay, I can work with that because my bees heal. Obviously, we'll not give them the advantage of cover if we can avoid it. Okay. So here, I think this counts as a... Oh, no. Whether or not that counts as a flank, I actually need to do the melee thing. Now, the real temptation here is to try and take out the sensitive unit. In this case, though, we might actually be able to end the fight, so... Yep, we got it. Oh, but we didn't take out the pigs, so... And it turns out they can throw up every turn.
Enemy destroyed. The Syndicate rules supreme.
Alright, so for those of you who didn't know, the rabid piglets came in the new DLC. I'm very fond of these new additions. Energy convoy. The remains of this transport contain a salvageable energy pod worth 68 energy. Unfortunately, its destroyed systems reveal no data on the convoy's origin, destination, or what led to its destruction. They say unfortunately, but that just sounds like free stuff to me. Alright, I'm slightly curious what the deal is with this. Okay, there's 742. We're at full strength now. 894. That's a little more of a fair fight than I was expecting. The real question is, why do I want to take these guys on? Oh, because it's the Essential Cure quest, so there's really no reason for me to... There's actually really no reason for me to fight that. Okay, let's think a bit... I have 2 heroes in this. Okay, I also gotta... Right, this is my pair of Fists of Fury. Yes, okay. So I need to create a unit for her. I need some kind of replacement unit for these guys. I'm thinking probably some kind of a like a taskmaster or something along those lines. Actually, we're not as bad off as I thought we were. So these guys will have a commander. We're looking for a commander here. And then these guys are all set up with what they need. Also, it's Overseer, not Taskmaster. Okay, but we need to figure out what we want to do with this guy. So Archeology sounds like a good idea, but then this unit's probably going to be focused on that. So is there anything else that I want to do at the moment? I do want to explore these sites, but I guess I'd be doing that with my main unit. So what else? What else indeed? Yeah, you know what? You can go explore. Okay, these guys... I guess we did agree to take out whatever's here. Theft corrupts life. Now that will annoy the plant people.
Sector annexed. Production ready.
Okay, that's good.
Production ready.
These guys have got their exploitation down, so they're already... Oh, hang on. Right, no, that makes sense. Let's set you up with some upgrades. At this point, I'm just really throwing stuff out.
Happiness event in colony.
Due to the happiness of your population, there is a boost in energy income. This colony's energy income is increased by 100% this turn. So in this particular case here, I mean, I'm partly just playing for time. At some point, I'm going to have to investigate the information wall. But I have a little bit of organization to work with. We're sensing that you've not completed the task. It is a shame that it had to come to this, but your efforts are no longer needed. Make sure not to disappoint us again.
Objective completed.
Growth vines stretch across fields, and we drink deep in the cool waters of your technology. We thank you for your generosity. Our leaves will provide your offspring with shelter for centuries to come.
Some life exists in this world by the generous benevolence of intelligent civilization. Keeping a forest and harvesting its resources responsibly requires scientific ingenuity and spiritual patience. It indicates a highly evolved civil society. Dame Viola Dalta, Treesinger.
All right, so we're going down. Part of the reason why I'm going for all this stuff here is so that I can get some of the tile benefits. Obviously, we don't have any. We don't really have any rivals in the area right now, so Operation Effectiveness is nice maybe for the additional doctrine slots. But at the moment here, a lot of this is just about sort of extending my my advantage in terms of tiles. So we can do ruins exploitation. Do I have any ruins? Is a good question. I guess, excuse me, no direct way of finding out. It's forest, mountains. I'd feel a lot better if I saw like a ruins icon somewhere. Okay, we'll assume we don't. So you can do anthropologic research, which will get me additional influence in the HQ. additional cosmite when built in my HQ. Orbital relay development. This is an orbital relay exploitation. This allows units to travel through it to any other connected orbital relay. Traveling through a relay will deplete all move points. The relay network can be expanded through diplomacy by signing open relay agreements with your allies. This is very cool. So the ability to move people quickly across the Empire sounds like something that might come in handy every once in a while. Colonial Field Hospital, so that just health, and additional happiness. Well, additional happiness means additional productivity, so that's not a bad option. Dawn of a New Union, awaken the core node. I mean, and presumably we're going to be finishing this level through other means, so I probably don't need to worry too much about this. And then, of course, there's the question, there's all of the advantages that I'll get here. So do I want to go for happiness? Do I want to go for cosmite? We're doing okay for cosmite at the moment. I can always use more, but in this case I think I'm going to do colonist care just because I tend to find happiness is a little bit of a challenge sometimes. Okay, Unknown Commander has gotten the negotiators, so there are other people for me to...
Operations available for priming.
Look out for. Echo protocols, additional resources, need indentured services. So I might want to change indentured contracts just because, or actually our energy's not nearly as high as I thought it was. And we're okay for the builder for now. So yeah, we'll leave this be. All right, Sonoril, the light giver and life bringer is smiling upon you, Marlak Tenor. We know, we saw your kind grow and spread glittering foliage using light life from your devices. Our saplings touched by its echoing grace grew ever so bloomy. Will you share in Sonoril's gift and give us the foliage that brightens the night? All right, so yes, I'll wait a little while on that, though. I don't see any major advantage to rushing that improvement. All right, let's get you, again, these guys are going to focus on some archaeology. These guys, well, we can get them to match up with their comrades. And this is my main unit, so at this point we'll head just straight to the information wall. Alright, new unit for the Isle of Misfit units. It's Tier 2 Skirmisher, so I am green, I am the vine and the bud. I collect the riches of the earth, I drink from crystal springs. I taste golden sunshine. My vines convey me over the waters and earth. When tempests tear at me, my roots penetrate the unmoving ground, and I become unmoving as the rocks. When eaters invade to consume my tender leaves, my vines blind them until I can absorb their nutrient-rich forms. I am the vine and the bud. I am green. Green Spout, RV934D, Conversations with the Growth. Okay, so Vine Slash, melee attack, spawn of Vine Sprout that lasts until the end of combat. The summoned unit will inherit any compatible mods that do not grant an active ability. Okay, so we get to grow extra units, arc resistance, thermal weakness. And then, obviously, I need to sort out some kind of a mod lineup for them. But for now, we're just going to stick them in the... Actually, you know what? Unit of Misfit Toys... doesn't have any room anymore. You know, we'll let this guy run around and do his thing.
Happiness event in colony.
Due to happiness of your population, there's a boost in food income. Colony's food income is increased by 100% this turn. Should probably be considering which colonies I want to grow and do some trading in between. Colony's knowledge income is increased by 100%. Okay, all good. Again, I'm rather bad at base management and all of that. I'm sure there's some improvements that I could eke out, but maybe we'll worry about that on a new map. Okay, let's go next. There's actually quite a few factions I haven't even noticed.
Production ready.
Okay, so they're still working on fertile plain sectors. We've already got an overseer on the way, so we're actually generally good all around. As much as I would love to do the photovoltaic panels, clearly this will not be done in time if I wait for all of these other events. So let's just focus on what we can do right now. An eco-sustainable industry complex for... I mean, I could get my energy income up again. I'm used to having over 100. But no, let's do the industry complex. I figure production is something that I lag behind on sometimes. I'm still not sure if I want to actually change the unit of Misfit Toys. Yes, I do. Well, yes, I do, but not now. So this is a reasonably strong group. It is really tempting to bring along the plants. Do I want to wait? I can afford to wait another turn. Hey, Johnny Big Time, how you doing? I've been having computer problems, as I think you know. I was going to ask you some questions. I was like, wait a minute, you come to me for questions. This isn't going to work. For those of you who don't know him, Johnny Big Time is my favorite streamer on Twitch. He has been playing... What the hell have you been playing? So he's passed on Fallout New Vegas. I heard that it's an absolutely terrible engine that it's using, and that's the only thing that video games care about. So I can understand him quitting. No, he's... one of the crashes caused him to lose a lot of progress, and I think that was the last straw for that game, which is a shame because it did seem that it was kind of having the intended effect that it was supposed to. But what the hell were you playing? Death Stranding, that art game.
Production ready.
Yes, Johnny's been playing Death Stranding and having a good time of it. I haven't actually really seen that much of it, so I don't really... I kind of like to have opinions about it, but I know, like, they're just going to be goofy opinions, so I'm just going to rearrange my my priorities a little bit. Yeah, this will manage. Anyways, Johnny is, again, an incredibly fun, overall good guy, and I'm always delighted to see what he has on stream. So if you've not checked him out, please do follow that link. And one of the things I actually like the most, too, we do get to play games sort of off-cast together, but I also know what games he's playing sort of in private, and he's got a great and really diverse... kind of taste of games. So some of you may remember him from when we did A Way Out together. He's a lot of fun to play with in addition to watching. Johnny, I'm just going to send you a quick message on Discord if I can just get you to check something out for me. What is going on here? Thanks, Johnny. I just needed to... Sorry, I will be back onto the game. There's just one last dilemma. This is irritating. Sorry about the dilemma here. By the way, how many people here are Age of Wonders Planetfall fans, and how many people have never played this before? All right. I think that's the last interruption, but I'm fighting against a couple things going on the screen right now. So I can make this guy upgrade. Yeah, we might as well give him the skill points. So this guy is all about the shooting. I can give him some upgrades. I guess Air Commander would be... All air units in this here's army deal additional 10% damage. I always want to know exactly. So I'm going to assume flying is the answer on this one. See, it's 2 units out of... I think in this case I'm just going to make him stronger. So Far Sign, Agile, Overwatch when using Overwatch. Disrupting hacks and serving wave to hack an area, compromising mechanical and cyborg units in that area. That's tempting. Archeology, Adept, Hero, and their army earns 50% more XP from anomalous sites, and resource costs of choices are reduced by 25. Okay, we'll definitely bring him in, and let's go for, ranged and Deadeye for now. And then I get another 3. You know what, we'll do Disrupting Hack. Alright, now it's a fully unfair fight. Alright, I am a little curious about this behemoth. Okay, so this giant thing, Claw Strike, Devour, 12 strength chance to kill instantly and heal this for 15. Large target, unstoppable juggernaut. Yeah, basically the sort of thing that we want to take out as soon as humanly possible. Fortunately, I'm not sure, but it looks like we laugh at it if it tries to take on any aerial units. So keep all the bees in the same area. Now, the real trick on this is just to get the rest of my ground units in a position to be able to take on these guys. I do, if I can, I want to get some kind of a priority on the flying units, or at least anything that can kind of shoot down my bees. This guy, on the other hand, I'm going to get him right in the middle because I know I can make him blow up. Okay, now Guild Assassin. It's a little bit of a risky move for them, but for now, I want to get them in a good spot, and then hopefully they will not be moving from here for the rest of the round. Next up, did I really put 2 assassins in the same army? That's creative. I mean, if I really want to get bold about it. Oh wow, I can really reach him from this far? Wish I could do that to the plane. You know what? Let's go for it. Okay, now, Fists of Fury. I'm okay with Fury, but we can only have a little Fury, so we'll start her off here and see where the rest of the round goes. The thing is, I kind of want them. I want to try and funnel these guys into this area overall. So let's give them some excuses to come by. This guy does get Overwatch, so we'll... Oh, it doesn't get that much Overwatch, though. You know what? I'm actually going to pull him back here. I thought the Overwatch would... I thought I'd be able to get cover before doing that, so... I can get Ebolas off. Okay, so again, this is a little bit of a confused strategy just because I'm not really... like, what I should be doing is trying to funnel them into one place or the other, and what I've done is I've given them an option to kind of come after my assassins, come after some of my heroes. The one thing is if they do decide to engage us on this side, there's enough activity on this, on sort of the flank that we'll be able to... you know, we'll be able to give them a little bit of trouble, but it's not as... I don't know, I don't think it's as coherent as I would have liked it. I'm curious if these things can move. I'm gonna guess no, but... Alright, let's see how this turns out. Alright, so they're making us panic. These guys are doing the Mad Max thing. But I'm okay with that. In fact, if they spend all their time blocking their vehicle, that's good for me. Okay, that's very lucky. Now my hope here is that we're going to be able to do something with this plane. Alright, those guys hit a lot harder than I thought they would, but these guys get a flanking bonus, so... So we're in a little bit of trouble, but not, it's not the end of the world. These snipers, on the other hand, are in... They're in a pickle. Okay.
Operations ready.
So this is not so good when they're running away. We can, however, get a flank on these guys. Ooh, we came out of that worse off. This is tempting. Yeah, we can't shoot this thing out of the sky, so let's focus on the big guy. I probably should have taken down that armor with the acid first rather than any other attacks, but that's fine. We'll work with what we got. And again, we'll do the same. I just want to, yeah, he's got two more armor, so we'll do the same. Actually, it looks like he's going down on this. Okay.
Enemy annihilated.
Bees did what they had to. So this gives me a nice excuse to punch the crap out of these drug addicts. Hopefully that... Nope, that doesn't free up the... Well, I suppose the one nice thing about this is I can at least free up my snipers to go somewhere a little more helpful. If they decide to push the issue, these guys are going to be in trouble, but... Question now is, how do I want to handle the next... So, there's one argument for me to just get rid of this guy in my back row. The alternative is to... Like, so the flying units are going to become a bit of a nuisance for me. This is probably the biggest threat to my snipers here. I think I do want to... I want to do a little something on this end, though. So, worker bees not in range of anything, so we'll move them on. Now, this is going to make a huge difference because of the flanking. And we might be able to get these guys. Yes. So, given the fact that they also get energy points off of killing guys.
Enemy eliminated.
So we can send these guys to go blow themselves up when the time comes. So for now, though, let's deal with the car. So this thing can't move. Can tunnel. Unit is able to tunnel through the ground in tactical combat, avoiding overwatch. Okay. Oh, that's neat. Plants are coming for you. This is all still melee, so, but I was originally going to use my tactical operations, but I don't really know if there's a whole lot that I want to do here. Oh, that's not true. An arc discharge is just what the doctor ordered in this case.
Enemy destroyed.
All right, so not so great on the bees, but we are able to pollinate. So leave my plants alone. All right, so we can't tunnel again. Case we'll set up defense. Okay, we will get you to pollinate the wounded. Now the big thing here is if I'm going to be using these bees, I want to take them. I want to take stuff that's got high armor. So who is my biggest concern on that front? So they've got to. This guy's pretty much done, so we'll just put them out of their misery now.
Enemy eliminated.
Okay, so I mean, I can be a big baby and just divide the attention evenly. Nah, I'm gonna do one at a time, assuming that I can reach them all. That's not a great shot, to be honest. But we'll work with it. Alright, that did what it needed to do, which was get his armor down. Same deal with the helicopter. I'm only moving the one unit up because I believe I get 2 shots as a result. Alright, so this guy is completely without armor now. That's always good news. We can take him down. Alright, so it's tempting to try and shoot this guy straight out of the sky, and I will keep that on the table, but I've got a hero who doesn't have anything else to do this round. So. So now my snipers get to focus on the more deserving target. That is so upsetting that that didn't finish the job. Alright. Just beat the crap out of him then.
Enemy killed. Our forces are victorious.
I really like that Eyes of Sin calls these the snooty elves. I never thought of them that way, but
Objective completed.
now that I hear that term, it's the only way I'm going to think of them. We are reunited with our crystalline kindred. We savor the remains of the fallen sinners. You have proven that your essence is worthy of our generosity. Okay. What are we looking at here? 5 points for... I really thought that these were indentured. This actually changes my plan a little bit. Okay, well, let's take a look at his special. So, Fury of the Swarm does not make any sense here. Frenzied Assault, no melee. Echo of the Hive Mind provides hero with an additional shield to adjacent units with Swarm Shield, so there's nothing that I can get out of that. We already have Essence Harvest, so that's not too helpful. So honestly, at this point, I made him Close Quarters Specialist. This might even be because I didn't understand what the Staff of the Pontiff did. Well, we gave him a different unit. Different weapon. So, I mean, one thing I can do is definitely make him stronger as a command. You know what? I'll make him stronger as a commander first, and then we'll consider the alternatives. Deadeye's accuracy. Yeah, why not? Okay. So as far as like a core is concerned, so if we take Kelsang Haya, 1 sniper, 1 enforcer, 1, 2, 3, we have a total of 6. Bring in another enforcer. It's tempting to have a runner in the unit though. Okay, so 2 enforcers, runner, sniper. What would my last unit be? Probably an overseer, and then I'd put collars on my enforcers. Something to consider another time. Before we go any further, let's start our archaeology. Our scanners are detecting a clear signal of unknown origin emanating from under a mountain of ash and debris. We should clear the debris and find the signal's source. How you doing, Sungif? Clearing the mountain of ash and debris to find the signal's source. Alright, they want me to make some decisions now. Okay, let's say... use sniper... Just not sure where I want to put the rest of these guys. I think let's get them near high production centers, and we'll try and... Ooh! No! I think at this point we'll try and... we'll try and build our... build and fill out our armies. Why am I building so many guild assassins? I'm thinking I must be confusing these with indentured. I mean, I like these units, don't get me wrong, but they're not... Okay, indentured, indentured, indentured. Okay, I can see this working for me. So we'll bring him down into this unit. So this is going to be 100% melee oriented. This enforcer will move to the punching unit. You finished the first draft of an unofficial Numenera player's handbook. Yeah, so there was a... Johnny, I know you really like Baldur's Gate. Do you remember Planescape Torment at all? Kivalix can annex another sector. Select the sector center of an adjacent sector to annex it for this colony. This sector can be developed to give your colony an economic boost. So this is close to some other locations, which I already have. This is not a bad choice. It's got high growth. I can get the second science here. Yeah, problem with this colony is it's just so close to all the other stuff that I might want. There's the other units, I think. Let's go for this one.
Production ready.
Okay. Let's finish off the plant request before I go too crazy on things.
Production ready.
Okay, Bastar's making another overseer. I generally want all of this stuff here. Elite military facility is definitely very tempting. But I am going to build the infrastructure first. Oh, fair enough. So they remade the game Planescape Torment, which was sort of a... of the games that were sort of inspired by Baldur's Gate, it's definitely the one that sort of seems to have this really deep cult following. They remade it using this role-playing system, which is Numenera. They called it Torment Ties of Numenera. Now, I'm going to utter heresies and say I did not really like Torment Tides of Numenera. I admittedly did not play a lot of it, but I had issues, let's say. Wait, what? I picked up a random dinosaur by mistake. Okay. Well, I did say this is the unit of Misfit Toys, so... We now have a brand new Xenodon. With a tail swipe. Left side, many whelps. I really thought that was going to be something that I could like spend a couple rounds on this guy researching it. Oh, I thought we'd be devouring the essence. All right then, need to figure out. Need to give these guys some orders. Let's go find out what's going on with the bad guys over to the left. Okay, now this is the punchy unit. We were going to give them... Right. Okay, we'll move them up here. So they're going to get the Overseer. They're also going to get the punch unit from... these guys, and they were going to get a sniper instead. Is there anything else I can sneak into this unit? Not really. I guess I was eventually going to turn this into like a real unit anyway, so I need to ideally find a new... I need to find a new unit with a runner. I feel like I should be taking advantage of runners more because the flank that they get is quite strong. Like, I'd add them here, but I'm already adding the sniper. You know what? Probably should have decided this before, but I think I'm going to send... I think I'm going to send the runner off to these guys. And the rest... Again, we're going to just rebuild... We're going to rebuild our units through production in the other regions.
Sector annexed. Production ready.
Alright. So let's think about what kind of units I want here. So we've got Guild Assassin, Runner. I feel like we need some stronger... Oh yeah, we don't have any. Well, we do have the Mirage, so this is a specialist, hallucination projector, it's really not... It's not enough to get me excited. It's got snipers, a melee unit. At this point, let's go for some good old-fashioned indentured. Actually, just gonna wait until this is finished generating. I can figure this out later.
Ready.
I need to build the infrastructure to get some tanks in, and I kind of feel like that might be a good unit to... Especially, like, things that used to be kind of just these slush units that would sort of take anything. I feel like that's a really good opportunity for me to... I feel like that's a good opportunity for me to... like fill in the ranks with things that aren't units I've picked up for doing quests.
Production ready.
Corruptible flesh, we hunger, not for the meat of pigs, but for the essence they squander. Destroy their fleshy forms, break down their stalls, and scatter them upon the land. We will feed upon their remains. This will sate us. We won't require other food sources for now. Okay, your essence intoxicate us. You do what you wish and share none of it. Give us Cosmite instead. So I'd rather not lose a little over 10% of my Cosmite, but I'm not currently using it, so... Colonist care.
Experience perfect illusions, free of nagging spouses and carnal limitations. Virtual entertainment will fit whatever twisted whims our citizens can conjure, but who am I to judge if it keeps the colonists amenable to their civic duties? Panas Bardem, Vardas 3, Colony Nuptial Broker.
You know, one of my relatives is an ordained Anglican minister. I kind of want to call her a nuptial broker now. I never really did take a look and see if I had any ruins to exploit. But for now, let's go heavy on R&D. Vegetation threatens to choke out our efforts to excavate this area. Something is stimulating the plants. Everything is thicker and stronger here. It's nothing like anything we've seen elsewhere in this area. So, bonus research. Bioscanners indicated activity deep inside the dead vegetation. All indicators tell of a Star Union facility hidden herein. We need a quick way to clear the spoiled overgrowth, so I can wait 2 turns to cut through the jungle, 1 turn to burn the jungle down, but it's 50% chance something goes wrong. In this case, I'm going to take the 2. One of the main reasons for that is, I mean, in one sense, it's kind of nice to have the certainty, but number 2, it actually gives me more time to have that that sniper unit who shouldn't actually be in the stack. Gives them a chance to join.
Indenture can cause a mental disorder, a fixed loop of intoxicating victimization. Indentured replace fear and hopelessness with zealous obedience by means of a subjugator's mental massaging. Tiolo Volak, subjugator of House Gridu.
Alright, so Subjugator. Let's take a quick look at what their stats are, but generally they're a fairly strong unit. So Illustrial Conquest, we get the Zenith unit, takes 12 versus 5. See, this is the tough call. I think in this case I'm actually going to go for the long run, just because that's going to mean like all of my units are now unlocked and it's going to be a matter of building the infrastructure for them. It does mean I'm going to be delaying other improvements, but honestly at this point I just still need to be... I actually need to be filling out my armies with units anyway, so I don't mind the delay. Here, I think at this point I'm going to get the... I'm just going to get them scouting around. As for you, I think same story. Let's get you scouting, although I should probably have them, you know, doing the corruptible flesh mission. The Opal Mountain. This, a couple of destroyers, Piglet. Oh god, this is all like Xenoplague. Line upon line, precept upon precept, here and there, little by little faith increases. Your essence grows bright. We open our secrets to you. Now available for Trey, Rot Proliferation, Forgotten Essence Siphon, and Golem. So I'll try and take advantage of those when I can, but I think for now I'm going to sit with what I've got. I'm mostly interested in seeing what...
Objective completed.
What happens when I finish the archaeology. Be thanked, Symbiote. Sonoril now nurtures our saplings even as he sleeps. You helped us blossom. We share the fruits. Sonoril, the light giver and life bringer, is smiling upon you, Marlock Tenor. We saw your kind grow and spread glittering foliage. Okay, you want the exact same thing we just gave you. Why not?
Operations available for priming.
I don't think I have anything I want to do with this. I mean, it'd be cool to have a pulse beam cannon in my back pocket, but I don't really see... Actually, this would be good. Do I have anybody who's upset at the moment? Normally it gives me like a frowny emote. No, we're good. But I will use bread and circuses to pacify some colonies when the time comes. Okay, sniper on the way to my hero. Punchy man on the way to the stack. Alright, so we're all set up here. First thing I'm going to do with these enforcers, I only have 2 of them now. But what I want to do here is give them the... Wait, did I... There's supposed to be like a collar that you can put on people. That was actually the whole reason for me bringing in an overseer. Augmented force and force control, exerting rigorous control over all indentured units, boosts their damage output by 25. Okay. Camouflage protector, nope. Okay, cerebral control collars can only be applied to non-syndicate biological and cyborg units. I see. Okay, so I should have read that a little more closely. In that case, say Overseer will go to this unit instead. Now the question becomes, well, I guess here we'll give you this spare. The more realistic question though is what do I guess I want to equip, if I can, I want to give him another enforcer. But in the meantime, send them up to Opal Mountain and see if we can get into trouble. And then these guys, how long is it going to take them? That's 3 turns. This is a 604 versus a 940. I'll do my best. I'll come after him here. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about is that the Xenoplague might be a bit stronger than I expect. Oh, here's an important question. So I've got a bunch of these territories, but are they clear of bad guys? So far, it looks like it. Because I've got armies that I'm not really sure what to do with. I should at least make sure that my territory isn't being overrun. All right. These guys I really need to find something to do with. Basaneth can annex another sector. Select the sector at the center of the adjacent sector. So this is... I think this used to be the enemy's capital. I think it's most tempting to take the abandoned quarry just for the additional industry. I think I was also considering the science. But at this point, let's go industry.
Production ready.
All right. Do we have any energy efficient assembly line? Lower energy cost for units using mods. 15 energy cost for instantly completing production. I think in this case the assembly line is in order. Oh yeah, I also need to do the panels again at some point. I'll keep an eye on the stored sunlight because
Production ready.
At some point I'm going to wind up never building anything else. Bassadar, do I want you to make... Well, give you civil engineering to start off with. That should improve everything else. Again, if I want, I can spend the energy, but I'm only going to be able to do that once, and my income is slowly... the rate of increase is slowly falling, so I want to be a little more careful. I'll worry about the order later. Mother Node demands the alloy of the stars to keep symbiosis, Marlock Tenor. Again, 26 gone. Unexploited sectors, let's get rid of colony growth and say additional industry. Now, before I deal with the anomalous site, let's get my... Oh, a little too far away. The thick overgrowth was clearly the work of sentient plants, as we know as the growth. At first, we cursed them for creating such a terrible obstacle until we broke through their barrier and discovered something far worse contained within, the Xenoplague. Before us sprawled a large underground test site. Within the site, lurking in every conceivable place of ambush, squirmed oozing eyes of the Xenoplague. They stared hungrily at the way to freedom just beyond us and readied their attack. Apparently, the Star Unit intended to destroy this whole sector, but the growth deactivated the placed explosives and contained the menace in the wall of roots. So we can kill the Xenoplague. Activate the site's emergency self-destruct system. Call the growth to reseal the site. 2 turns, 100%. Kill it. I would have loved to have the sniper in it, but... Okay, so this is my original army. So the idea here is that I'll take the indentured, I'll set up sort of the wall of death, and make the plague come to me. Now I want to be a little careful. Let's just double check what their abilities are, because the thing about these guys is that they can also infect my people. So Biospore Hyperaggression releases a burst of spores from the unit, driving the unit and all friendly biological and cyborg units within 2 hexes into hyperaggression, increasing their damage by 25% for 3 turns. Additionally, this mod grants additional health and xenografted muscles. This unit benefits from grafted xenoplague muscles. Melee attacks do 10% extra damage and gain an extra level of stagger impact. This mod also grants a melee attack 12 strength chance to apply parasitic infection to biological and cyborg units, and I'm pretty sure parasitic infection is that thing that potentially gives me xenoplague units in my army afterwards. So yeah, basically we don't want to go toe-to-toe with these guys. As for this bloated pustule, Self-destructs, dealing damage to all adjacent hexes. 8 strength chance to apply parasitic infection. Okay, so clearly we know what to do here. We focus on this guy. We give them absolutely no reason. I'm really worried I'm not going to be able to target from behind this wall. Quantum Echo unit splits into alternate versions of itself. The clone unit teleports a short... Oh, that's... Sorry, this is my hero. You know what? If it's my hero... Let's get this started on the right path. However, I probably just hogged the cover of my other guys. Well, that's fine. I'm not crazy about the fact that I'm splitting... sort of splitting the attention, but... all the meaningful attack vectors I should have checked here. Savage Bite, Parasitic Infection. Yeah, the Acidic Bile Spit also works. So, okay. So, we're covering all the credible attack vectors for them. Next, Indentured. I don't have a lot of cover options here, to be completely honest. I have enough to get by on this turn. And then these guys can't really do a whole lot. Okay. So I think the plan here is I'm going to keep this guy in reserve. If it comes down to it, he can make one of my Indentured immortal. The nice thing here is, basically, unless my hero gets attacked, everyone sort of gets a get-out-of-jail-free card with the Overseer being in the background. So let's see what they decide. Okay, so they decided to avoid the majority of Overwatch. Smart move. And they're probably going to throw up on him. Okay, that's a big advantage to me. This means that everybody gets to collapse on him before we deal with the pustule. So if I can, I want to take advantage of some flanking. So of course I get to flank them with my hero here.
Serves them right.
And now we just worry about the pustule. So I'll move my guys up a little bit. The biggest thing, I want to get these guys out of the danger zone, because there's a couple of things that can blow up. But the best that we can offer right now would be the cover from the other Indentured. So I'm pretty sure, yeah. So if this guy wants to move in to do anything, they'll get hit. Yeah, and any bursts that they do. Okay, so we get one turn before they're able to blow up. And of course, that's going to be a turn that we need to make count.
Enemy killed.
Yep.
The Syndicate rules supreme.
Xenoplague have been defeated. This complex is most interesting, and we've discovered a new defense belonging to the growth that we were previously unaware of.
Now that we've discovered how to extract every possible detail from our research and created some truly wondrous things, let's document the process and then claim that's how we did it all along. Ryan Culkins, Configuration Manager.
Okay, more civics. In this case, I think I'm going to go for Ruins Exploitation, just on the odd chance that I can take advantage of it. Marlock Tenor. Okay, so first things first, let's make him a better commander. Subterfuge, don't really need. I mean, Operation Strength is kind of neat, but Escape Module, when their health drops below 0, they automatically teleport to a random position 3 hexes away, and heal for 15 can only happen once per battle. This is a really tempting one, seeing as I'm kind of already... I'm already well kitted out. 50% of the damage. Ooh, that's pretty tempting. Because I also, like, I really do put this guy in the thick of it. Deploys Cerebral Control Collar, so this is basically the this is what the Subjugator does. 8 psychic chance to control target non-mindless infantry unit. If successful, they're mind controlled. At the end of combat, the unit turns into an indentured in your service. If this fails, the target is instead disabled for 1 turn. So this is a really strong ability. Of course, this guy is a little more combat focused, so... Backstab, able to exploit any and all opportunities. This hero has Flanker, dealing 25% more damage when flanking enemies. Also tempting. Or I can just go hard on range. You know what, in this case I'll go for range specialist. It's not exciting, but it'll do the trick. Now, right now we're working with a Pulse Repeater, which is not bad. Like, it gives me Overwatch, it's 15 arc damage, but let's see if there's anything else that we can do with our current sort of arsenal. So Psytech staff doesn't quite seem to be the done thing. Glint shotgun, so that's 18 fire. Tier 2 weapon, so it's a better weapon, but it is a shotgun. It's not exactly the sort of thing that I'd normally want to set up with for this guy. There's a Creator, comparable damage. It's single action though. In case, 8 strength chance to apply in case for 2. If resisted, causes stagger instead. This is really tempting though. It's good for control. So what I might wind up doing is equipping this on a hero and then putting a bunch of melee units in there with them. So the Tyrant Gauntlet is a melee weapon, can't do that. And the Mephitis. Now this seems pretty strong because it's repeating like the Pulse Repeater. It does 1 less damage, but not that's not like the end of the world. Destroys armor on hits, Bladed Plague, chance to apply Bladed Plague to biological and cyborg units affected by light psych. Yeah, you know what? It's a little something from the growth. So we'll confirm that. Oh. No, we're not. Okay. We're going to stick with the original until I come up with a replacement for the repeater module. Never mind. Everything you heard about is a lie. Alright, we will do this... we'll do this fight now. Okay, so we're up against Devil Pigs, 2 of these destroyers, so this is going to be a concern, although I think only this one can inflict the pain. So I want to be a little careful about... So this is the big thing. I'm going to want to be careful about what targets I pick. Oh no, both of them can do infection. Alright, this is actually going to be a lot tougher than I thought. But I'm still going to make it happen. The drawback on this one, of course, is that I don't have the ability to... Christ almighty. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, this is going to be an adventure. Yeah, the drawback is I'm not able to make them come to me. Honestly, I'll let my sniper do its stuff. But I think at this point, everybody's just gonna stand and wait for the next round. Maybe set these guys up behind some cover. So we'll find out what these guys can do. Alright, now, the flowering node. So they can do an allergic spray, allergic reaction to biological or cyborg units, pheromone spray. Oh, chance to mind control as long as they're not mindless. And then noxious pollen. Alright, so basically as long as they don't get set on fire, we're in good shape. So now that I know that, this is being pretty forgiving on these percentages. Oh, Jesus Christ. I suppose the good news is they're not taking advantage of all of this. right.
Operations ready.
So, first things first, let's beat the crap out of this thing.
Enemy destroyed.
Okay, snipers, what can we do with you? So we can hit the pigs, can't hit anything else. It's a pretty sweet crit, though. Now. Alright, so I could mind control the pigs, but I did just hit them, so... Instead, let's do the allergenic spray or the noxious pollen. I think this is the better one. I do kind of need to get them out of the fight, though. This is actually a really good spot for this guy. Okay, so they're not able to engage. I guess we have to beat up the pigs.
Enemy annihilated.
Okay, there's one thing I can probably do here. I think I'm still going to get hit by the acid, but we can at least lock them in place. Buy ourselves a little bit of time. Alright, so they just got parasitic infection. I think it's basically there's the chance that at the end of the... Okay, so at the end of the combat there's a chance that both of these guys are going to wind up turned into Xenoplague units. So at least I get the flanking benefit. Not enough to seal the deal, unfortunately. We'll do what we can here. I do need to end one of these guys, though. Oh, let's... No line of sight. That is a damn shame. So can I do a snapshot? I can. Okay. Snapshot's important here because this thing's going to get health back at the end of the round.
Enemy down.
Okay, so now we can focus this guy down. I'm not sure it's going to do much, but... It's really hoping to do teleports behind you, but no luck. Alright. I could theoretically use one of these tactical operations, but I think we'll be able to get through it. Alright, let's get the boss.
Enemy eliminated.
Boss can handle the poison.
The syndicate.
So let's see if anybody got turned into something evil. No, everybody lived. We got a rabbit piglet?
Objective completed.
Savory essence fills us with fervor. Our legions are gored upon. Our legions are gored upon the fallen swine. We thank thee with this favor. Okay, Fists of Fury. What do we want to give you? So close combat quarters specialist seems like a good idea here. Could also make them an infantry commander, but I can't make them both. We will also give them some more vitality. Now, they've got Psi-Tech Fist, so it's repeating High Impact Stagger, Melee, and Psionic. Is there any... So then there's also the Tyrant Gauntlet, which is kinetic. Massive Impact Stagger, bypasses all shields, 20% damage. Honestly, I actually kind of prefer this. Additional armor and status effect immunity. Why not? Unable to be flanked is nice. I think we'll live with that for now. Alright. No, I think we lose a unit if we go to the Chapel of Abyssal Edgelord, so I want to be a little more careful about that. Do I really need to fight these guys? I mean, I can do it for fun, and I can test out my new dinosaur. Doesn't quite seem like the right reason, though. I'm just trying to think of the most useful things that I can get my units to be doing right now. Yep, we've got pigs. I hear pigs go over great at the Chapel of Abyssal Edgelords.
Sector annexed.
Alright, this planet is filled with resources and riches, but they are guarded by savages and dusty old remnants of the past. We should take up arms against these people so that the treasures of this world will be ours. We didn't even come close to beating that. We agree to your proposition, beloved symbiote. As our bond grows, our oasis spreads. Now available for trade. Should probably be taking advantage of that. I believe there's a cap. Yeah, you can only have 200 in reserve. And our analysis has revealed the location of a Star Union ruin which may contain artifacts of great value. We should send a hero-led expedition as soon as possible. So my closest hero is me. So I guess we'll start with that. Next up, I'd like to do a quick tour of the colonies. So what are we looking at here? So Cosmite Research Center, Civil Engineering, Hydroponic farms, eco-sustainable industry. All right. I'm going to hold back on the improvements for a little bit until I have my armies in a shape where I'd like them to be. So this is okay. There might be some Actually, yeah. Let's maybe work on the template a little bit. So static buildup I'm okay with. Exploitive targeting system, so that's bonuses with flanking. So I can do arc retaliation device. A unit becomes statically charged, gaining 2 arc resistance. Whenever the unit is damaged by an enemy unit within 2 hexes, it has a 4 strength chance to become stunned and receives 2 damage. Additionally, they gain more shields. We already have quite a few. Then we have void augmentation. Gains an 8 strength chance to apply dimensional instability. If the attack applies the status effect, instead increase the chance by 4. You know what? Let's go for it. Okay, snipers. Again, static buildup seems to make the most sense to start off with. Exploitive targeting. Vision enhancers, gains resistance detection and +1 vision range on the world map, and additional shields. If it gave me more offensive capabilities, I would be a little more warm to it, but I think for now I'm just going to equip them like my indentured. Overseers. I actually don't use them as heavily in combat, so I'm going to hold off on that for a while. What about you? Yeah, why not? Okay, so that unit's taken care of. Fists of Fury. Bonus accuracy. So this isn't as exciting as some of the others. But I might as well. feel like they should be the same. Okay, I think we're more or less where I want to be as far as my units are concerned. Obviously, we're short on Cosmite. It's going to become a little more expensive for me to produce the units that I want. Next thing, so this unit's okay. I might want to remove the flowering node. And the question is, do I want to put another enforcer in, or do I want to put a different kind of unit in? Let's take a look at my options. So the Mirage... Oop. Let's take a look at what the Mirage does. Sci-Tech blasters bypass shields, air-to-air, hallucinant... Ah, that's the weakness of that unit. They don't have any way of dealing with air. That's actually a really good... That's a really good reason to build one of these things. Okay, so we're going to take out the growth unit and replace it with some kind of air defense. These guys... I think I was going to go for some more indentured and an overseer, so then we can combine the growth units together. And then that means sort of the unit of misfit toys. I mean, they're already full up, so maybe I just make a second unit of misfit toys or something like that. Alright, growth faction. Of course you want Cosmite when I don't have any. We've asked you time and again, Symbiote, yet you still defy the Mother Node, and when we ask you to stop aiding our enemies, we demand tribute to maintain symbiosis.
Ruins are the future that awaits all of us, unless we discover the reasons why these ruins are all that's left of a once enlightened age. Marek Nib, explorer of the ruined maze.
Alright. That was more on the chance that I had ruins rather than any particular plan. Let's say... I kind of feel at this point... I am definitely focusing on exploitation, so I think we're going to go for at least research and industry. Food maybe less so, but... Alright. Again, Pig's probably going to be a sacrifice to the edgelords. Alright, you guys... Ah. Let's deal with the annex first. Alright, so they've got industry, they've got science, plus the Cosmite. This is good for morale, and yeah, honestly, all of this is pretty good. Now, the question is whether or not my units are going to be able to handle the event that they run into. I'm going to try it. It is the most attractive option that I have exploitation-wise. I mean, I suppose I've got the industry over here. Ooh, or the heavy weapons factory. It's a little snaky, but... Or the sci... Okay, so these are the closest guys to taking advantage of this. Yeah, so you know what? I don't actually need to worry about this shrine yet. Let's just take the goodies. So I actually would have preferred to move them elsewhere in that case. Where'd you go? Am I going crazy? They're here somewhere. I'll catch him on the... Oh, here we go. Perfectly camouflaged. We'll grab the goodies and then move on. Small anomalous site. Our scanners have detected a faint signal of unknown origin covered by large clusters of fungal growth on some vegetation. We should carefully remove the clusters of fungi to extricate the source of the signal. We will remove the fungi. Alright, so my main character, first thing. Crashed research ship. The remains of the ship contain intact data pads. Unfortunately, they don't reveal any information about the vessel's mission and crew or the events that led to its crash landing. Again, we were heading towards the archaeological site. And the unit of misfit toys... kind of reinforcements at this point. Although in theory, again, there's something I can sacrifice to the Chapel of Abyssal Edgelords.
Production ready.
Okay, let's get you making stuff. So, indentured for the... one of the units.
Production ready.
Bassidar's already working on something extra, so I'm okay with that.
Production ready.
They are more or less on track, but let's get rid of the military infrastructure. Let's instead focus on some alternatives. So I might switch some of these out in favor of... Oh, you know what? I also need to make the panel strap. So Boronera will probably be the first... Actually, you know what? Oh, wait, no, that's going to be 6. So yeah, this is right. This will probably be the first one to actually start producing tanks.
Production ready.
All right, and Botanical Gardens isn't the most exciting choice, but it does give me more happiness, which makes me happy, so... Let's do military innovations, and I guess this is the unexploited sector. Oh, this is the essence pool. This doesn't count for anything. I probably chose that too. Yeah, so technically this does not need to be an energy sector at all, but I don't think we have any nearby energy sectors, and I could use a little bit more on my income, so... Okay, let's move on. Alright, so this gives me a chance to use one of my...
Operations available for priming.
So we'll do bread and circuses for the disrupted one. Sugarcane Man, I thought you would play this. How is it? I quite like it, so it's worth remembering, and obviously there's a few more people in here right now, so I should probably repeat it. Paradox, Triumph, Triple Point, whoever I need to give credit to that, did give me a key both for the base game as well as the DLC, so all of my recommendations have the potential of being colored by that, although I kind of think the revealed preference is whether or not somebody continues to play the game. I obviously had a choice in terms of doing the DLC, but I like it quite a bit, so I was quite fond of Age of Wonders 3. I've been sitting on my influence like an idiot for God knows how many turns, just realized that now. I think this is my favorite Age of Wonders game. I think they took... So the factions are really interesting and sort of well chosen. I think the series... So obviously Age of Wonders is a fantasy series, but it works... It's definitely more than just Age of Wonders with sci-fi skins. Like, I really kind of think they did a really good job of adapting sort of the things that made Age of Wonders interesting into the setting, and kind of one of my bigger sort of cracking the game open and having it make a little more sense is I kind of think of it a bit as inverted XCOM. So XCOM, you think about the tactical game, and that strategic layer, the research and whatnot, is really just sort of building you up for that next level of of taking the fight to the enemy. So you want to make sure your armor's up, you want to make sure you have strong weapons, so on and so forth. In this game here, obviously as a 4X, it is still a little more oriented towards the strategic level of the game. But you do want to be fighting, you do want to be producing a lot of units. And so again, when I sort of think of it as inverted XCOM, it's basically the emphasis is more on sort of this higher level map, but you also get these really good turn-based battles. The other thing that I quite like about it is that there's quite a bit to do as far as building up your bases and whatnot, but the whole idea of sort of taking sectors and making strategic decisions based around those, it does a nice job of sort of taking away a little bit of the fiddliness of like, oh, do I want to put it on this hex versus that hex, or some of the other things that you might run into. It's like, oh, where do I want to put my buildings and whatnot. I think it does a nice sort of job of wedging itself sort of in between what Endless Legend did and what Civilization did. So yeah, it's very much its own thing, and it's a game that I quite like. It's actually also worth mentioning. Currently 33% off on Humble. That link is to Age of Wonders Planetfall Revelations, the DLC. That is not on sale, but if you guys are interested in Age of Wonders Planetfall, if you use that link, a little bit of money comes towards me, and I am shameless. So... Why did it make me go here? Oh, it must have been because of the exploitation. Right. Okay, let's move our piglet. Overseer is just grumbling about the long walks. We'll pick up our goodies inside this region. Well, at least you speak the truth. Yeah, I mean, I do my best to. So the thing that's kind of funny, like I get that people are kind of salty about the Epic Store, and I'm like, it's not my job to sell the Epic Store to people. I don't have a problem with it. If people have a problem with it, clearly they should not be buying using my affiliate link. I think that the affiliate program for Epic is my favorite out of all of them. But it was pretty clear a lot of people were basically of the opinion is like, I'd like to support the stream, I'd like to buy stuff, but I'm staying with Steam. Like, I'm not doing GOG. Obviously GOG, that had other issues. You know, if you have an option to do that, like, why don't you have a Humble link? And there was a reason for that. I talked about it for a while. Now, you know, I have the Humble link, and the take-up hasn't actually been as active as I thought it would be. But on the other hand, like, it was my decision to take it. So, you know, I don't feel particularly bad about doing it. But with that in mind, even with the Epic, like, for the people who have bought with the Epic link, the one consistent bit of feedback I get is, I keep forgetting you have this. So I'm trying to hit the right balance of not being too pushy with these kinds of links, while also making sure that, you know, when I'm talking about links and whatnot, that I let people know, hey, if you buy something using this link, even if you don't wind up getting the thing that's linked, buying off of the Humble store, whether you get one of those bundles, I know there's an Unreal one going on right now, as well as a few book bundles and whatnot. I sort of figure that letting people know is fine. Dedicating like an hour to talking about, you know, well, if you watch this stuff for free, you know, you need to be spending some money. I've actually had to sit through a lecture like that, and I never went back to that stream. You know, I'm not trying to make this into a career. It's nice to get like made whole on like the internet costs, and obviously I'm going to be doing some PC upgrades soon, it looks like. But other than that, I'll be fine whether or not people use the links. But yeah, no, I think like I genuinely enjoy the best thing that I can say about it. You know, you need, in my opinion, you should always
Sector
be
annexed.
disclosing when you are playing something for any reason other than I went out, bought this with my own money, and felt like playing the game. And it's up to people to decide what they want to do with that information. But I also think that my opinion is not so cheaply bought, and I genuinely enjoy Age of Wonders Planetfall. I look forward to streaming it again, but I also look forward to streaming Six Ages and Battletech and Imperator Rome and Stellaris and all these other things. So there's a lot on my plate right now. But Planetfall, I think... So I had an expectation that I would enjoy Age of Wonders Planetfall. I am perhaps surprised just how much it really got its hooks in me. I've actually found it very tempting to just, crack it open and do another round of like single player. But I also kind of want to do the learning process on stream, so I've been able to resist for now. All right, so bread and circuses to try and get Borinara back into the fold. Let's also think about... Okay, so Virtual Entertainment Plaza seems to be the best way for me to recover my opinion. Forgotten, thou shalt not compute. They have no essence. They are lifeless idols that must be smashed. We judge them constructs of entropy, mere distractions to life's purpose. They are programmed for violence and take offense if we point out how meaningless they are. Destroy them. Alright, so we need to kill autonom units. They're actually pretty close to the capital. But I'm going to be on doing archaeology. Oop. We uncovered a passageway hidden in this ruin. Local legends were correct. This place was once a smuggler's drop. These sigils from many syndicate houses emblazoned on decades of stolen goods. The most valuable item appears to be a lockbox containing fine syndicate armor. We need a little time to examine all the merchandise, but under the laws of salvage, it should be ours. As we completed the inventory, a voice interrupted our comms. Guild assassins claim that they have us locked in their sights. They claim that the goods belong to them, and that they are threatening to murder us if we don't surrender the armor. So, call their bluff, make them a better offer, die for cover, we'll face them head on. I mean, that's only 804 power we have right now. Face them head on. The assassin's threats give us sufficient warning to allow us to find sufficient cover. Unfortunately, if we wish to keep this trove of contraband, we will need to fight off the marauders. Bring it. Oh yeah, this will be a piece of cake. So it's a couple of... it's a couple of assassins and runners. So I want to make sure that I've got a bunch of cover. And... yeah, we're more or less evenly matched on this, so... The big one here is going to be not losing units, because I'm really bad at construct... Ooh! Pulse defense turret. Every 3 turns the battlefield is struck by an arc pulse, dealing 12 damage to all enemy mechanical and cyborg units. I'm going to assume I'm on the receiving of that. Okay, can we close the gap enough to put some hurt on these guys? Or we just fire straight at them? Dude! Rise. So these guys are almost certainly going to get flanked. And they're out of range, so... Okay, looks like they went a different direction with this. I am totally fine with them wasting their bolas like that. That's going to be a snapshot.
Operations ready.
Okay, so this paid off. Oh, that's a shame. I was hoping that I'd be able to kind of get in on both of them. Alright, so they're sort of stuck in place. Don't have much to do, so we'll set them up. Right, I was staggered, so there's not a lot that I can do here. I guess I could do Essence Restoration. Or I could do Shrouded Leap. That doesn't really take me anywhere interesting, though, so maybe I can just do a standard move. Is there anywhere cover-wise I can go? It's not the most exciting turn. Alright. Line of sight is up. I really wish... There's got to be some kind of a way that they can do a line of sight system. Oh. Okay, apparently that doesn't count against me. God, it's so tempting to... Nah, you know what? We'll go maximum damage here. Because... Now we just do Arc Manifold. Oh, hang on. Random unit. Arc Discharge. This is the one that targets multiple.
Good riddance.
Ah, they're survivable. Alright. That was pretty much a no-brainer.
Enemy down.
I think these guys are still immobilized, so there's not a lot for them to do. Now, the real question is whether or not I can... Yeah, I can't get into range. Still won't work. Alright. You have to give him a turn before we take out the sniper. Although this might at least give me a flank. Oh, it's also behind cover. No, that's not a flank. Alright, well. That's something. Let's just set up our defenses and hope that the retaliation isn't too... Well, you know what? Honestly, I don't use nearly enough tactical... operations, so I can blind the sniper, or I can just, yeah.
Enemy killed.
Hey,
The
tank
Syndicate
pig.
rule supreme.
Just wanted to avoid that that event. Let me take a quick minute here and shout out Tank Pig. Tank Pig, I always keep saying I found through Age of Wonders Planetfall. They found me through Age of Wonders Planetfall. Really friendly guy. What were you playing most recently? I think you've been playing Revelations. I do too. I'm still on the first campaign. This is actually the first that I've ever played Syndicate. You're playing something other than Planetfall, though. But or maybe I'm just imagining things. Anyways, strategy gamer, very thoughtful person, as well as just, I'd say there's definitely a lot of overlap in terms of the types of games that we both play. Whenever I'm watching him, I'm usually either at work or just generally like sort of half distracted. So I tend to watch, actually one of the reasons why I like recommending Tank Pig is I watch him partly the way that I know people watch me, which is something sort of on nice in the background. So in that sense, it's actually really easy for me to give that recommendation. But overall, definitely somebody who probably appreciates... I love Age of Wonders Planetfall, but somebody who probably appreciates the game even more than I do and is worthy of your attention for that reason. Probably something anime. The assassins are no more. Clearly, these pretenders never trained under these syndicate houses they claimed. They are undisciplined. The armor they wanted from the trove bears the insignias of a dozen syndicate houses. We have dutifully reacquired these treasures, claiming them to be claiming them for more proper owner, us. So the Antaran armor gives me whatever damage is dealt to this unit. 25% of the damage is reflected back to the source. Okay, that's almost... I definitely think that's one we're going to put on... punch lady. I'm just trying to think of any other advantages I can deliver on. Actually, Arc Retaliation doesn't seem like a bad... Employ deception.
It's rare, but sometimes an enemy happens upon one of my concealed spies, and my involvement is compromised. I admit the truth. I have no spies, just truth inspectors. They're necessary to prove the trust and honor in our agreements. Commandant Six Tavolpix of House Qualtali.
Alright, more research. Oh no, sorry. No to research. We're 2 away from Illustrious Conquest. Not that I'll actually be building any of the units that I get from that, but that's another matter. Okay. What do I want to do with you? I think eventually we were working our way towards maybe making them a ground commander. But for now we'll do... range specialist. All right, piglets go over the mountain. By the way, Tang Pig, I need to ask you, as someone with pig in your name, how do you feel about the pig units in the game? Because boy, oh boy, are they a highlight for me. Alright, where are we taking you? Right, to go get goodies. Find a transport containing a salvageable production stash. Unfortunately, the stash systems are destroyed and provide no data on its origin, destination, or the event that led to its destruction. The big ones are annoying. I'm just thinking aesthetically. But yes, you're absolutely right. The behemoth pigs are something to be feared. Our scanners are detecting an extremely powerful signal of unknown origin being emitted from a distinct sandbank in the desert. We should excavate the sand to uncover the signal's source. Again, probably not what I should be doing with one of my primary units, but again, I believe we lose a unit if we talk to the Abyssal Edgelords, so I'm going to wait on the piglet. Just hang out. These guys are headed for my unit here. So eventually we'll get rid of the growth, and we'll be up net 1 unit. Oh, hang on. It's the wrong template.
Production ready. Production ready. Production ready. Production ready.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to let this all sort itself out for now. Despite our attempts to grow on their warm towers, these autonom insist we cannot grow our vines on them. They need only strengthen their cables. We must grow over the high spots to receive Sonoril's Kist, destroy those that cut and tear away our vines. So I suppose the good news here is that we'll have oh no, actually I guess I have to do it individually. This is basically a perfect anti-autonom unit, so once the exploration's done. Unfortunately, I can't afford this hero, so we will wait for now.
Operations available for priming.
Oh, that's right. I need to keep... Okay. First things first. Search the Chapel of Abyssal... Yes. It looked like the back door would be an easy way in, but as you enter the first chamber, a trap is set off, consuming one of your men in a purple flash of light. Visitors, come embrace the darkness. Beyond the veil, your suffering will be rewarded. An assembly worshipping the powers of evil? Why am I not surprised? False. I was a priest of the Abyssal Edgelords. This is such a great faction name. Before the masters of metal and flesh descended from the skies. While others fled the reassembly, I was the first to happily line up for my body upgrade. Finally, I have the right appearance to ride my Soul Reaper bike in style. Is it my imagination, or is this thing you're driving powered by Essence technology? I don't suppose there's a nice way to convince you to leave the engine of your bike to us, Empus Locks? My bike's engine is the most metal thing the Abyssal Edgelords ever dug up. It is fueled by the screaming souls of the living. You can have it. Run over your dead bodies.
Objective completed.
One of the Aztec artifacts ended up inside the motorcycle of Empress Lox, a crazy assembly and Sinumbra cultist. Defeat Empress Lox to recover what he calls the Soul Reaper engine. Johnny, are you seeing this? I'm going to wait before we go after him. I just hope he doesn't go run away.
Happiness event in colony.
Rally our forces. Play the house anthem and watch them rise to a level planted in their subconscious. The Syndicate is about to unleash a cataclysm on all who refuse to take strength in commands. Finally, the long game reaches its zenith.
All right.
Cena of House Timor.
I don't even really know what this thing is, but anything that's called a cataclysm can and can't be bad. So at this point now I need to start thinking about how I'm going to be augmenting my unit. So at this point, I know it's not exciting for me to do, but I'm going to take a minute and I'm going to go through the tree. So Dominion of Purification, Mantra of Clarity. Psionic attacks from this unit leave a debuff on their target, making that unit 20% easier to hit. So the Mantra of Clarity is actually something I want to be considering, as it turns out, because I do have a lot of psionic units, and getting it's sort of a nice little synergy with things like my snipers. That will also potentially unlock nothing I really want here. Yeah, I mean the rest of the line isn't quite as exciting for me. Augmented Force, exerting rigorous control over indentured units, boosts their damage output by 25. Actually, this is good because I haven't modified any of my overseers. Now let's consider the bonuses to energy attacks. Attacks from arc weapons gain an extra impact level, allowing them to stagger enemy units. Additionally, 20% increased damage on all abilities. I might actually redo some of my... Okay, let's go for the psionic stuff first, just because I do have a few units that are currently unmodded. Alright, Punch Lady. I don't even know what I'm doing with you right now. Let's get you... Okay, so they're not going to take care of the autonom. Well, they can, but I figure my main force is enough. I kind of want them in the area so that they can get their aerial unit. You know what? Let's get them clearing out the shrine. Yeah, that was probably a mistake now that I think of it. That's not quite as bad. Although I have a feeling that probably these units may all wind up in the same fight.
Clear your mind and listen. Truth speaks with the quietest voice. Artil O'Oog, Kieko, Dream Reader.
Alright, so again, it was the Mantra of Clarity that I was mostly focused on there. I'm kind of thinking Actually, the only reason I'm doing Ionic Detachment first is because it will help my existing units. Augmented Force I'll do after... Or sorry, this... In 3 turns it'll become available earlier. I'll change around my existing units. Also, before I end my turn, I need to spend this influence. Yeah. So Ionic Detachment. I think after that we'll do Augmented Force just so I get my Overseers up to speed. In fact, while I'm at it, let's just get the... Okay, so we've got Friendship. Let's get the main bonuses. So Verdant Growth, that's a great improvement. Okay, so I've got super green units now. Still can't afford them.
Happiness event in colony. Production ready.
What kind of upgrades can... Oh my god, there's so much to do here. Can't complain about more research. Alright, scattered, the people of this world are weak, but with our patronage and guidance, they can become so much more. We should invite our friends to join our great nation so that we can share their strength and achieve our true potential together. And complete the negotiator. We have worked hard to forge friendship with the peoples of this world, and it is time for us to reap the rewards of our labors. We should use our newfound influence to learn secrets, hire mercenaries, and sign treaties that will give us allies in times of war. Hey, Melemony! You haven't seen Age of Wonders Planetfall, or haven't seen the Revelations DLC? Both are wonderful.
You can't live in this industrial zone. This is where we manufacture and ship out all the things you can't live without. Predic, Flinkov, Devar, Foreman.
Alright. Orbital relay development seems so good right now, but that also seems like a lot of infrastructure for me to build. Let's go for food. Not sure how you feel about the new tech tree, though. To be honest with you, I'm still having a little bit of difficulty traversing the tech tree. I'm not 100% sure. Like, I'm clearly starting to coalesce around a few ideas of how I want to build my armies, but I really lack sort of the strategic sense to be able to make effective decisions down that tree. Like, I don't know if it makes sense to go deep, or if I should be branching out a little bit. There definitely seems to be an advantage to sort of getting as many sort of resource-producing sites, so I can definitely see the exploitation ones and the civics working a little bit better. But military-wise, I definitely haven't really worked out my best strategy. And I mean, one of the problems here is that I am playing on the default difficulty, which means that the AI isn't particularly challenging. But I'm trying to keep a few degrees of freedom locked away, just to be sure that I'm actually learning the game as opposed to getting a bit overwhelmed by my decisions. So. Okay, so Planetfall is great. Again, I'm not sure if this is the fairest description of it, Melemony, but this is how I make sense of the game. It's kind of inverted XCOM. So where XCOM, you always think of the tactical game, and then the strategic layer is sort of something that will give you a bit of a like, it gives you things to do in between. Or you can also do this with Darkest Dungeon, right? Darkest Dungeon, you're thinking about being in the dungeon, and the hamlet management is sort of a secondary consideration. Age of Wonders Planetfall, the strategic layer is sort of the thing that's driving the bus, but it has these really good tactical battles, which are a lot of fun. But in the end, they're sort of supporting your effort to sort of paint the map purple in this case. But it's a really good... I've been a fan of the Age of Wonders series, but Planetfall is easily my favorite game in it. And I think they've done a really good job of telling a really original and a really fun science fiction story inside of it. Also, it's on sale. All right, a massive temple complex built around the world's government palace. A great cult lives here, thriving regardless of species, united under the worship of the emperors as deities. The cult features several sects attempting to rebuild the emperors in their own way. We unearth a government palace complex. Star Union banners line the walls. Small statues representing all known emperors and empresses of the Union filled the rooms. Judging from the artifacts we've unearthed thus far, there must have been a terrible siege here, and sometime afterwards the whole place became a shrine complete with scented cred sticks for burnt offerings to various historical figures. So I'm happy that we got the extra operational effectiveness. This will give us another doctor to play around with, and, knowledge isn't bad either. Thank you. In the spacious halls of the palace sat a construct shaped like a man, bearing a lifelike face. Shadows drifted around the room, but seemingly stalking the figure, as one of our historians explained that the man-bot was constructed to be a likeness of Emperor Lennox Tenebres. He appeared to be in agony. Are there creatures lurking in the shadows of this room as well? We all felt an uneasy agitation as we consider what to do. So, he must need help. Destroy these shadow monsters. Leave the man to the shadows. Destroy the shadow monsters. We step forth, weapons at the ready to engage the shadow monsters. They swarm behind Tenebres. He rises, eyes filled with black mist. He may not be on our side and may resist being rescued. Cool. Tenebres, the Black Emperor. Oh my god. Death's Gaze, Psionic Scream, Consuming Gaze, and then a couple of Echo of Despairs. So yeah, clearly this guy needs to get focused down. Jesus. Sadism plus 25 damage against low morale targets. Bypass all armor. I mean, the good news is I think we have more shields than anything. Death's Gaze. Damage all foes in a 4-hex radius with a psionic burst. Only once per battle, though. So, yeah. Anyways. Let's... Oh, this is a really cool looking level. For those of you who were compelled by that image, there's a humble link. Although this is for the DLC. Obviously the base game you need to pick up too. Assuming you don't already have it. Alright. Let's get my sniper in position. I'm actually going to send them way off to the side like this, but they should get a clear shot on all the important people. Alright. I would have loved to set up some overwatches, but in this case, let's just move my indentured up. We'll deal with the consequences afterwards. Again, I'm kind of playing these guys a little bit like the Vanguard in the fact that I'm setting up my wall of death. So everyone gets Overwatch, and is there anything cool I can do? Yes. The only thing I'm really worried is about that Death Stare, but you know what? I can move my commander after the fact, so let's at least tickle some of the shadows. So yeah, a heavy hit on my hero, but... Oh, that's clever. Alright.
Operations ready.
You need to make some choices there. So obviously I'm quite nervous about any area of effect attacks. This doesn't really fix the situation too much, but at least we can get a little breathing room. Oh, that is a shame. I really need to focus down this guy. Alright, so if I do one of these...
Enemy down.
So obviously these guys are... Ooh, actually they can... Alright, I don't feel good leaving my my snipers open like that, but it's a great opportunity to do some damage on the... on sort of my primary antagonist. Now, the Overseer... Oh man, they're gonna get hit by that Death's Glance, I'm certain of it. But that was enough to clear it out. So... what's the biggest bomb I can drop on this guy right now? All units in a 1 hex radius area of effect have a 12 strength chance of becoming to become blinded and have -2 resistance against flanking attacks. Oh, resistance against... Okay, I was going to say, that seems like good on one hand, bad on the other. Okay, so the Vortex Charge... 16 damage... 5 turns of this? Or a Time Warp. All units in a 1 gain fast movement. Now let's just drop the bomb on him. Let's figure out what dimensional instability does to him. So, -2 kinetic weakness. No longer solidly connected to the dimension. They lose 1 level of stagger resistance. Okay, so but it's we're still vulnerable to his attacks. So let's see what happens.
Our leader shall return.
All right, I'm not at all worried about losing the leader to that. He will, like I said, he'll be back. But he's in a great spot to avoid my units. So you might have to do some maneuvering.
Enemy hero killed.
So as long as
Our forces are victorious.
as long as you win, you get your hero back. I don't think he gets experience for that, though. I can't remember. With the last of the shadows purged, the Emperor Tenebris' construct collapsed to the floor. His last words in his final moments were exhaled and barely audible. Thank you. He reached up and handed us his insignia. Take it. Free the others. Others? We're left pondering what other constructs are being tormented by the shades of this strange complex. We discovered another artificial emperor in the palace armory. He was a hulking figure, dressed only in a loincloth. His skin glistened black as that of Kansu, the burning emperor. His choice of dress was a sign of defiance. In life, he despised the wealth of his station, calling it decadence. He burned worlds for the downtrodden and underprivileged. He knew tragedy. Many historians supposed he lost his mind to madness before his own homeworld was destroyed. This man was a monster, and his memory should be dealt with as such. The false Kanju watches as we approach, our weapons ready. The burning emperor's expression twists into a scornful glare. Indignation rises in his voice. You would assault your emperor? He snaps his fingers, and a mob of plasmoids skitter into the room. The air warps in heat. We are trapped by his flaming rage. Okay, I need to be a lot more careful with my units if we're going to be... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, so do not engage this guy in close range. The Sunbringer is going to bring the pain, and yeah, we're actually quite weak. So I need to be thinking about how I'm going to heal my units between this combat, and how I can. So one, I need to get rid of this Emperor quickly, but I also can't let the Plasmoids get in close range. Please don't walk on the burning ground. Okay, so that's too close to the bad guys. Honestly, at this point, let's just stand and deliver. I can only use this once per battle, so let's... I kind of want to put it on the indentured, but I actually have to get him there. This is one of the cases where holding makes a little more sense. Yeah, it's funny. I'm playing the Syndicate basically like Vanguard. I really hope they don't have some kind of area of effect attack. Should probably have checked that beforehand. But yeah, at this point we need to conserve health, and if I can...
Operations ready.
Interesting, so they're not making a move on me. Well, that's fine, because I've got something that deals rather well with these guys. This is a little far away, but one other unit, or one other faction that I rather like is the Assembly seem to be kind of neat when I've played against them. So yeah, again, if they're not going to move, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I can just deliver operations on them. Alright, so it looks like the Emperor's making a play. Hopefully we've bought some time. Alright, these guys I'm going to want to watch out for. Okay, so first things first, let's see what the operation gets me. No way I can make it work on both, or on all three, but this at least gives me a start. I am disappointed.
Enemy eliminated.
Alright. Should be considering something a little more exalted for my assassin to do, but I made a questionable decision in terms of keeping them there,
Enemy
so...
annihilated.
So, realistically, who can I move into a position to do some effective shots without opening them to some kind of a massive counterattack? And single moves are kind of preferable to... Oh. Oh, that is upsetting. Okay, so this guy's definitely going to be able to do something against us. So let's move in, do as many shots as we can.
Down.
Okay, so again, there's the possibility this guy can deliver something. Quickly surges to another hex, dealing damage. Okay, fortunately, he's not able to do something to us in the next turn. So we need to come up with a game plan about how we're handling this guy, but we get some time to think.
Unit has fallen.
Ouch. Alright, apparently we didn't. build some replacements. Well, fortunately, seeing the death of their comrade was enough to inspire acts of bravery. Let's hope the snapshot does the trick. Oh, you blew it! You blew it! You're kidding me. All right.
Enemy hero killed.
All right, so I'm going to need to get some reinforcements in.
The syndicate rules supreme.
So that was one of my elite, erratic indentured. Kaiju fell to our assault. Looking up, he cried out, "I know I was never him, but his memories are mine. The good he did could not erase all the erase the tragedy he caused. I see that. I see their faces burning. I see it all. He toppled over, life leaving his body. This might have been an imposter, but it was an echo of what once lived, and we are left to ponder the dark past of the Star Union." Oh, God. I don't actually know what happens when you say leave for now, but we are leaving for now. Okay, so Bastaire, we're given some reinforcements to the punch unit. I can never remember where I put the punch unit. Ah, I'm out of money. All right, that's fair.
Incremental
Hammer time?
change must be our strategy. Every aspect of society can and should be improved, but it requires a steady plan, one step at a time. Burke Eskian, Core Systems Architect.
This is confirm movement, but it doesn't actually show me where I was originally going to go. Alright, so let's find our new unit. I don't have the money, so we're gonna have to wait on the new indentured. What did I spend so much money on?
Production ready.
So I get one. If it's going to take one turn, do I want industry, food, energy? I mean, theoretically, I want more energy, but we've got 138 coming pretty soon, so let's go for industry. All right, now we get to go after the bike dude, the Abyssal Edgelords, and there's no pigs, so. Let's watch the magic happen. Okay. First things first. These things don't have any direct weaknesses. I've got lots of armor we're contending with, and then obviously... So basically, again, we're dealing with the Mad Max people. Guild Assassin can't target anybody right away, so let's move them in a... I mean, this is kind of an aggressive move. I think they're actually potentially... Yes, they are in the range of these guys. But that just gives me a reason to... It gives me a reason to move decisively. So this is obviously setting up the flank. again, I'm potentially putting these guys in danger, but I wanna try and get some early successes. I think what I might try and do is build a link. So I don't mind if this guy takes some damage, but in this case, let's get the absorb pain on the sniper. And as usual, I'll set up my wall of death, although I have a feeling that this Overwatch won't be quite that effective. Not quite ready to... See, actually, this is a tricky call, because putting up the Vine Sprout early just gets that cooldown going, so I changed my mind. I am gonna bring them in. And yeah, we'll move the Overseer up. This is mostly just so that they can be bait more than anything. Alright, now I really want to see what the Xenodon does. So, Tail Swipe, Plagued Quill Shot. I'm going to assume that dinosaurs are not big on cover, but... figuring this is probably going to be my biggest worry as far as armor is concerned, so... Damn it. What's the point of having an Air Force? I don't even know why I'm bringing this support unit up. You guys don't get healing unless you deliver. Okay, presumably they're going to take... Oh, no, they're not. You leave my friend alone! So yeah, we lost the vines, but I'm pretty happy they did that. These guys are picking some fights that... Well, I wouldn't, but... Interesting. Alright, well, that's to be expected, so let's get the healing down. So there is a side of me that would prefer to completely focus down the biker, but I think we're gonna we'll split the acid where I can. That's ugly. Does he just not have armor? Nope, apparently it didn't have any effect though. Alright, well, this is pretty obvious. As much as I would like to use my units for... Oh, actually, you know what? No, we already did the heal. Yeah, so we'll shoot this guy down.
Enemy killed.
But I do get to bring the dino into the picture, so hopefully that'll give these guys something to think about instead of my bees. Alright. So first things first, let's let the Triffids do their thing.
Enemy down.
Now, the ideal is to get a good flank on the boss man, even at the cost of taking some damage. Of course, the hope is that we'll be able to deliver a killing blow before we need to worry. So, not in line of sight. Okay. Again, we're exposing the unit here, but we'll probably be able to take him out before. Ah! We still need to actually kill the guy. Well, that's why we brought snipers.
Enemy hero killed. Enemy
I feel
eliminated.
like I should be playing the Jurassic
Our
Park theme.
forces are victorious.
Achievement unlocked. Galactic Warlord. Win 100 manual battles. Ugh, you should have told me you're serious. Here, take the damn engine. I'll make my spacer buds dig me up a new one. Good. Now that that's dealt with, what is your opinion on our newest acquisition, Hadel? It's looking good. Even though we diverted it from its intended use, this artifact is clearly S-Tech work. I can connect to the essence that passed through it over the centuries, but the trail is too faint to follow. We will need to collect more S-Tech items.
Objective completed.
Body odor disperser. Now you too can smell like Megasau. The unit gains rancid stench. At the end of this unit's turn, adjacent enemy biological and cyborg ground units become poisoned. I get a feeling we're gonna get a sense as to what the scent of Megasau is pretty soon. Sure, let's enter the chapel. Let's leave the chapel. Okay, so let's find out where.
Operations available for priming.
Temple of Bling Jack 90, far to the right, and the Shrine of the Smiling Dove to the north. Oh, okay, actually that'll be pretty straightforward then. So I believe my punch units were on their way, and I diverted them. I have a feeling the Megasau will be coming after us, so let's just hold the line. And then I think I'm going to start redirecting my units to make sure that we actually get some of these. So I know we need to get the Autonom taken care of fairly soon. We have a few other tasks. Yeah, well, that's not surprising. Defensive op... Hopefully that's my defensive operation. I don't think it is, though. Alright, now these things can shoot the aerial units out of the sky, so let's build ourselves into defensive position. Or something resembling one. I mean, it's not going to be ideal. Ooh, this is a tough call. I think I'm going to have to redirect some of the attention on the... Okay, I think I actually want the battle to go a little more like this. So with that in mind, let's move the plant accordingly. And in this case, I'm not actually going to spawn the ad yet because I'm not quite sure where they're gonna wind up. So I think this will be a little difficult for them to traverse. I hope so, at least. What's this thing's range? Okay. again, I'm trying to make it... So, again, a decent response would be to move everything this way. And that was a failure of planning on my part. I'm trying to focus a lot of sort of ranged units down here, so it's less attractive for them to move this way. What I'd ideally like to do is to get them focusing sort of through here, and that's so that my snipers can sort of rain down death and basically everybody else who can get some overwatch in. And then obviously, if they don't attack these units, my flanker is in a position to flank, and then my hero is in a position to do some decent damage. Right. It's a little weird that I'm putting this melee unit ahead of the dinosaur, but those are my questionable tactics for today. Let's see what they do about it. They move very, very slowly. Alright, I can work with this. It's like no chance that this is going to do any damage. That was worth a try. Again, if they have to come to me, I'll be happy. So, Dino holds the line. Move these guys back a little bit for no discernible reason. Now the plants. Here, I think we can do something. So it's partly bait. So obviously we've lost the overwatch here, but we can work with this. I am slightly curious about this massive defense bypass. Okay. Unfortunately, we can't take advantage of it. Now, that's a dilemma, because if they act... So the smartest thing they could do right now would be to actually run these piglets in and cancel the breach, which should be intended for the Mega Sow. Set this guy up. Trying to think of a way to come after these guys without incurring the wrath of Mom. And I don't think that's happening here. Alright. Now this is right at the edge of the map, so... I'm okay if they get spit up on. I mostly want to get these people in for a nice advantageous bolas. I can live with that. Cool. So the Vines will be able to do some work. All right. So I don't expect this thing to survive, but we can do a little work.
Shame.
Okay, now I don't think these guys are going to be able to really... So the obvious target would be the Mega Sow, but seeing as that's not an option, let's at least cause some inconvenience to the piglets. Okay, that's a very lucky crit.
Annihilated. Good riddance.
Alright, I got very fortunate on that round. So I think I'll just need to admit that this wasn't a very good position for my... Nah, that's a waste. So we'll set up evasion. I want to make sure that we're... I don't want to create too many temptations for the pig. It is going to be attacking someone though, so I think we'll go toe-to-toe with the dino. Obviously after a liberal dousing of corrosive spit. Okay, never mind, Dino.
Killed. Our forces are victorious. Objective completed.
Be thanked, symbiote. Sunrail now nurtures our saplings, even as he sleeps. You helped us blossom. We share the fruits. I really want to hire this hero, but I think I have other tasks. So, diplomat, everybody's busy interacting with each other. Again, I'd love to. I don't have the money. Okay, first things first, let's get our planty friend into a better unit. And here, let's actually start doing some of the story events. So that's going to mean the shrine. Oh. I mean, I'm basically on my way to already making a full plant squad. Okay, so let's do proper indentured. I'd love to do a rush, but clearly we don't have the energy for it. I think it was the far right was the temple we were looking for. Yeah, so at this point, I mean, it's a tricky call, right? I should at least figure out who I'm bordering. This is General Jack Gelder of the Egalitarian League of Planets. Listen up, members of House Nidar, because I'm only going to say this once. Drop your weapons, and there won't be any need for a shootout. We've tracked you all the way to Obelisk 5. There's nowhere left to run. That's Nidar. It seems you followed the wrong track, General. As for some future advice, you can best recognize a syndicate by his robes. House Nidar usually wear red satin with an embroidered sentinel as their insignia. My lot, on the other hand, well, as you can see, we like to be... sorry. As you can see, we like to be colorful. Your talk about fashion doesn't interest me, kid. As far as I'm concerned, a syndicate dressed in any color is not to be trusted. But wait, aren't you the leader of that Minerva II slave rebellion? In that case, I'll say well met. It was about damn time you drudges started to fight back. An easy thing to say when you have no collar choking on your neck, isn't it? Either way, I'll return the good regards. General, I did not realize the tale of our little mutiny had traveled this far. It surely has. In times where the Elop Confederation is negotiating with the syndicate houses... Pabiar Soap, thank you very much for the follow. It surely has. In times where the Elop Confederation is negotiating with the syndicate houses, urging them to abolish their feudal practices, there is a great interest in any favorable voices for our cause from within the syndicate. Once my mission to deal with House Nidar is over, I could take you to Mora Secundus. First Minister Tholian would like to have a word with you. A flattering offer, but I'm afraid your First Minister will have to wait. I can't leave my squadron without leadership, and while we are still declared the enemy of half the syndicate houses, as a Vanguard officer, I'm sure you'll understand. Very well, Marlek Tenor. We'll check on your status later on. But remember, we won't be far off, so if you get into trouble out there, just give a shout. Okay, so... yes, these guys, we're going to move them closer to the new... what will be eventually become the plant squad. These guys, we're going to wait around a little bit. I think we'll probably clean up some autonom while we're waiting.
Production ready.
Let's do... I think at this point we'll just do more infrastructure. And we move on. I'm going to assume we have a reasonably good tech advantage. So if it comes down to it, I should be taking advantage of the fact that I can build some fairly strong units. But I don't necessarily want to. I don't necessarily want to try and bulldoze the Vanguard, especially because I don't know what it looks like, or what their
Arc
situation
weapons
is.
can be neutralized using dissipation channels. If you can create a conductive circuit around the target, all that energy passes harmlessly around the protected structure. A lightning rod for an individual. Claudius Proton, assembly researcher.
So clearly, I need to deal with my energy situation. Let's say... Well, I get phase manipulation for free, so we'll start with that.
There is no obstacle I cannot pass through with my harmonic phase modulator. Matter doesn't matter. Who would suppose that substance is merely two waveforms in alignment?
I could do Echo Walkers, could do Void Technology. Gives me grenades. I think I said I was going to do Augmented Force for my Overseers. Obviously, until I get my energy situation dealt with, there's really no way that I can... take advantage of most of these. Like, again, I'm not going to be able to build units, and I'm not going to be able to build any of these mods, but I can at least... prep for it. I also have some stuff in reserve, so if it comes down to it, I have a few different ways that I can start boosting up my energy as well. All right, Shrine of the Smiling Dove, Celestian Archives, landmark unowned, extra food and morale when it comes down to it, but enter. Ooh, do you want to enter this claimed structure? This sector has been claimed. Capturing it causes other commanders to gain a casus belli against you, making it easier for them to declare war on you. Independent factions may demand compensation for ignoring their claims. Well... Yeah, no, I have to, so... Oh! Wasn't expecting that. Manual combat it is. Let's see whether or not we can pull this off. This is going to be a tough one, because I haven't really prepped. Actually, I probably made a mistake doing this, because I'm not in a position to do the good tactical moves that I should be able to. I am, however, really glad that I got that anti-air unit, because that thing would have caused no end of pain. Alright, let's see what we're up against. It's the Ascended Teacher, bunch of Psychic. That is a cool looking model. Okay, so... Scary. We've dealt with Unleashed and Frenzied. Lightbringers. Alright, so they're kind of like my... Alright, so this is kind of melee on melee. This isn't as panic-inducing as I thought it might be. Let's think a little bit about my range. So the only drawback I really have here is I don't have a lot of... Okay, what's this guy's range at? So you'd think I would face on the bridge here, and yes, he can battle vomit, but in this case I'm actually going to do this side, or let me just double check that. Okay, yeah, I am going to do the side tech shield because I'm slightly nervous that they're going to try and do something sneaky from this side. This doesn't give me anything really exciting to do on this side, though, with the flanker. But in this case, I think I'll just hold off. Alright, what's this guy's range like? I don't think that's quite what I wanted. Alright, let's see what their reply to that is. Yeah, kind of thought there might be an AoE attack that comes after me. Overall, though, I'm actually pretty happy with how that went because we've basically we've already taken a piece off the board for them. Oh, I forgot that's AoE. Okay, so yeah, there's a little more damage than I really wanted at the start. But yeah, I'd say overall we're actually in a fairly
available.
Like all told, this is not a bad spot to be in. Oh, that would have been brilliant if we could have taken that thing out. Yeah, you know what? We might as well.
Enemy destroyed.
So one of the things I really need to do here is I need to give my guy some breathing room. Okay, this isn't great. I'm probably going to lose this enforcer unit.
Serves them right.
Okay, so I can't move. Yikes. So again, we're vulnerable to area of effect. I think I need to change the plan for. I'm going to try and skip the operations for now.
Hero lost.
Okay, I really need to win this fight now.
Enemy eliminated.
Okay. I am astonished that I'm not able to... Alright, that's more like it. That is not a... That is not an attack to be proud of. I don't want to get too close. It is very tempting to bring the thunder. Yeah, this is just not doing enough damage. Okay, this guy's a bit weak to be running in after this guy. I don't want to totally take him out of the fight, though, so let's... Okay, so what are these going to cost me? Oh, God. The Sentinel actually... The Sentinel would not be a bad option here. It clears out my treasury, but it gives me a much-needed extra unit. I haven't lost any units yet. The alternative is to do sort of pea shooter attack. You know what? Let's go bold. Even if it acts as a distraction. So the nice thing here is if they try and move around, the consequences for moving in this area have just gotten a lot higher. This gives my my enforcer a chance to basically, this gives all my units a chance to sort of move in and get some bonuses on this guy. Oh my god. Okay, we need to throw everything we possibly can at... Wait, were these guys here before? I probably just wasn't paying attention. Okay, so let's try and maximize the number of flanking bonuses I get. So now we redirect his attention. I'm also hoping that killing this guy... Oh, so close. I don't have any money for the operations, so at... Okay, that's not going to do the job. Okay, so the risk that I run here is that I lose this guy on the attack. But we do get to clear out something that will be doing damage, so... No!
Unit destroyed.
Oh, and I had a shot.
Enemy killed.
Okay, but as it turns out, this guy doesn't go away, so we were going to lose that unit one way or the other.
Unit
wow.
lost. Enemy annihilated.
Okay, so again, we're gonna play the trick here where we'd keep directing their attention different ways. I mean, I guess the good news on this is that I'm going to be saving on upkeep costs. I'm also potentially going to lose this guy, but... Ow! Stop! Stop! Oh, it hurts.
Shame.
So again, we're just going to take turns getting our flanks. I mean, we had to empty our treasury for it, and we lost a bunch of good units,
Good
but
riddance.
we did get the job done.
The Syndicate rules supreme.
Yeah, I think I want to get all these back, but again, we're going to be waiting a while before we can reconstitute. Okay, now I thought there was a story event. Ah, so it was search rather than... Okay, fair enough. I mean, that's life, but I'll claim it when I need to. More lost souls have ventured the winding road to the Celestian shrines in need of guidance. I sense determination and a strong will, but also but also shame and the poisoned seed of vengeance from the shadows of a past injustice. Marlock Tenor, what is it that you seek? We came to Obulus 5 looking for the remnants of an ancient dynasty. There's reason to believe that one of their artifacts may be located inside your sanctuary. Maybe you can help us on our search? The object we are after would likely be emitting some teal glow when activated. It would also make everything wither and drain the life force from anyone unfortunate enough to touch its cursed coat. I know very well which artifact you are talking about. Its evil has been safeguarded by my order for a long time after all attempts to root out its corruption failed. You must not have it. What if I assured you I have no intention of using the artifact? It is merely a puzzle piece needed on our journey. A compass, if you will. My friend may even find a way to destroy it after some observation. A path revealed by evil can only lead to more evil. Even the enlightened must be wary to walk in such darkness. If you truly seek to be allowed into the forbidden, you must first pass the Celestian judgment. Visit our gardens to clear your mind of sorrow. Return to me when you are ready.
Objective completed.
Pass some time in the gardens of the Shrine of the Smiling Dove and meditate. When you are ready, return to Lila Dama to complete the Celestian trial. I think you guys are in need of some meditation. Alright, your essence intoxicates us. Do what you wish and share none of it. Give us Cosmite instead. Sure. Alright, I think these guys... Right, we were on our way to creating a new... vegetation unit. This was the unit of Misfit Toys, so again, let's... I think at this point we're just taking a quick peek at the Vanguard to see what they've got. Alright, these guys... I don't actually have any really good ideas for them at the moment. Maybe we can use them as scout. No, actually, it's not a good idea to use them as scouts right now. Get them closer to the capital at this point. Okay, Keyblocks can annex another sector. So, slight priority to energy if I can. Yeah, see, as much as I'd love to get the extra research. Oh, actually, that's... This really is a devil. It's volcanic, though. Screw it.
Happiness event in colony.
Alright. I probably should have rearranged some of my priorities to get my energy back up.
Food keeps us alive. It is security. It can be challenging. Even a basic grain of rice has a story. Food starts wars. Food ends wars. It's a memory and lulls us into cozy forgetfulness. Only a fool disrespects food. Ma Regnib, second supper time.
I haven't even really been looking at what this stuff gets me. So clearly here, if I'm going down the path of exploitation, I need to be doing energy development because I'm in a much worse position energy-wise than I thought. More bleeders have come to Obulus 5 to feel the grip of the abyss and the Chax whose calls revenge. The one of metal and flesh did the right to guide the Kirko Ula to this place. What do I spot here? Our beloved dream leader, Heidel Uruk, once again shackled by the Syndicate? Grizkishrenar, the sack bleeders must pay. Hawkskripat, brother, I've received no harm from the ones you greet with curses. Marlock Tenor is not your enemy. Oh, brother, like you, I once trusted the words of the one called Ava Montigna. Unlike the metal grafters revealed to me until the metal grafters revealed to me her crimes against our ancestors. That's when I learned that there's no trustworthy sack leaders. They taught our race the meaning of agony. Now the Kirko Ula feed them to the abyss. What would you advise me to do, my friend? I would hate to cause your people any harm, but a confrontation with Chax Uzkal's colony may be inevitable. Also, I didn't realize you had a separate Kirko name. It is not uncommon for a host to adopt part of his symbiote's name after being joined. Heidel Uruk was what I was called in the past. Heidel Esran is my heritor name. Chaxu's call has chosen the darkest path. To reach him, I will have to go to a place where no light can dwell. Bring Heidel to the Sinumbra Chapel. Hadel Esran wants to reach Chak Uzkol on a spiritual level. To this end, he needs to travel the dangerous remnants of the Sinumbra. This seems like the sort of thing that will... Yeah, I'm probably going to regret going in here, but... Friend of life, reapers are upon us. They were created for the sole purpose of destroying our kind. They must not disrupt our rejoicing. In the name of all holy life, heed the Creator's bidding. In this you are free to destroy them, for if they have no life within them, we beseech you, destroy them before they kill again. Oh god, these guys. I was really hopeful when I saw my energy, and then I realized that it's only because we're generating energy. All right, so this is going to be a tough fight, but I think we can handle it because our arc weapons should be able to do something against these guys. Yikes! Alright. So I'd love to focus these guys down, but the fact of the matter is I don't have the ability to do the damage I need. So in this case, we'll still apply the Wall of Death approach. What I am kind of relying on here is that my... Oop, that was the assassin. That's not where I would have wanted to move them, but it's too late now. So yeah, in this case, if I can get some shots off, I'll do it. I won't worry about the Overwatch. What I'm really going to be relying on here in this fight is the fact that these guys should be arc weak. Nope, they are kinetic weak. And they also have the missile, so I want to be a little careful about where I engage them. This is already gonna... I'm pretty sure this is already gonna get a rocket. Honestly, at this point, let's just run these guys up. I would have liked to have gotten some Overwatch, but at this point I think deploying is a little more important. I'll admit I was a little more confident going in than I am now, just because I misunderstood where their weakness was, but... I can live with them attacking my leader, though. Alright. I'll admit that's a little more damage than I was expecting, but...
Operations ready.
Alright. I think we'll just go one at a time. We'll focus down the Justicars first, because they can apply the debuffs.
Serves them
I'd kind of like to deal with the... I kind of like to deal with the units that give buffs, but in this case here I actually think it's slightly more preferable for me to... Oh, that's a wasted crit.
Serves them right.
In this particular case, I would prefer... I'm basically going to try and take out as many damage dealers as I can. One exception being this one, just because we can do more damage. So, and we're not going to use any of the tactical operations. This, by the way, is great that they're attacking us this way. This is exactly where, like, it's in range of my sniper. It'd be nice if we weren't taking as much damage because I am going to need them for the next fight. But other than that, this is a pretty good place to be in, because I don't need to move in any of my units to be able to take them out. So obviously being able to one-shot something is too good of an opportunity to pass up. So they'll also be hitting a little bit less hard. Need to figure out what to do with my... you know what? We can move them up. So I think we'll focus on the Justicar here. It's a tough one just because I'm not sure everyone's going to be able to do the damage that they need, but how you doing, Sprout Giant? Alright.
Enemy down.
That was unexpectedly good. Alright, need to find a clever use for my Overseer. So again, I'm exposing him against the God, what is this thing called? The Monitor. But again, it comes at the ability to do a lot of damage to their main damage dealer. Once that thing's dead, I don't have anything to fear from this guy, so... Buy just base or what? Well, the base is on sale right now, so please forgive the purely mercenary nature of this this link here. So that's for the DLC, which I'm playing right now. The DLC is quite good, but if you wanted to play Age of Wonders Planetfall, and if you haven't played the base game yet, there's obviously no reason to pick up the DLC right away. There's a lot of stuff in the base game to keep you busy. So it's 33% on Humble right now. If you use that link, I get a little bit of a share of the revenues, but obviously you can also buy... I don't know if it's on sale on Paradox right now. If you do get it, they will be... they'll get the 100% of the purchase price, so it goes to support the game developers. As far as whether or not you would enjoy it, that's obviously an individual thing that everybody runs into, and it's really hard for me to make recommendations. The best thing that I can say about it is I like to compare it to sort of a reverse XCOM. XCOM, it's sort of the tactical game is in the driver's seat, and the strategic layer just kind of gives you some of the benefits in between tactical layers. Here, the tactical battles...
The Syndicate rules supreme.
...support more of the strategic layer. Now, this game is definitely focused...
completed.
Definitely a lot more focused on the... it's definitely a lot more focused on the... on sort of the military aspect. So you'll notice here, like, there's still buildings and whatnot, but a lot of the whole, like, build different buildings, get exploitations of that has sort of been abstracted away, and in its place you get sort of this district system. But I don't know, the things that really stand out for me on this one, I'm a big fan of the Age of Wonders series already. What is this? Oh, this is the Kirko. I think the adaptation to science fiction has led to some really creative factions, and just generally, it's a fun ride through this science fiction story. Maybe surprised isn't the right word, but like I've really been enjoying just kind of going through the story. I haven't played all of the factions yet, but it's I think what's kind of neat is that in my view, if you want to make a 4X, you kind of stand in the shadow of civilization, obviously. And in this case here, it's obviously still a 4X game, but it is definitely very much its own thing. And I don't know, I like the way they do battles. I generally just sort of like the whole way that they've approached the... I'm assuming I just need to like wait for the meditation here. I just kind of generally like the approach that they've taken in terms of taking the formula from the fantasy game, having sort of larger-than-life heroes, bringing, sort of taking an outsized role in terms of the individual battles. But again, just all of the little different paths that you can go through. I think the real standout feature for me, because I do play these games single player a lot more, is the campaign, because the campaign does seem to kind of go down different paths. Apparently decisions you make in earlier missions wind up having effects in the later parts of the campaign. And I think I don't know, like I was saying this about BattleTech, like it's always kind of nice to know there's a reason for, why your people are fighting. And again, it's some of these factions are bonkers, but delightfully bonkers. So obviously that's just a big warm recommendation, and clearly that recommendation is not conditional on the use of the affiliate links and whatnot. I've had a ton of fun with it, and really, I mean, there's like 2 new campaign missions that get added with the DLC, so I think that's like I think they say it's like another 10 hours of gameplay. So there's a lot that you can just get in the base game regardless of whether or not you pick up the DLC. Love Civ 2,600 hours on Civ 5, so you're wondering your opinion on this game. So it is different from Civilization. If you are looking for science fiction Civilization, definitely get Beyond Earth instead. But if you do want something... So I'd put it to you this way. There is a reason why in Civilization, like when you do a battle, it's on the hex grid in the strategic level of the game. There is no tactical level for the game. Here, obviously, like there is a hex grid here, but like the battles get their own screen for a reason in this game. Like it is definitely... And even like in Age of Wonders 3, you could actually pick where you'd put your cities. In here, you just set up a colony in a district. So the city building and all of that has been simplified a lot in support of the military aspect. So it's definitely, like I said, I am a big fan of this because it has the things about 4X games that I like, while still being its own thing. But obviously, if it's sort of like I'm looking for a science fiction Civilization, but maybe with heroes, it is definitely different enough from Civilization that stands on its own. Not to say that if you like 4X games, you're almost certainly going to like Age of Wonders Planetfall, but I also don't want to misrepresent it in the idea that like the pitch I would make for this game would not be it wouldn't be, oh hey, you like Civilization but wish you could get a little bit more battles, play Age of Wonders. Like Age of Wonders definitely has more changes than that. We hear of your ingenuity and desire that your farmers share your irrigation technology. Our attempts to irrigate have less delicacy, and we feel the nutrients wash away as our roots are flooded. We will grow thankful if you keep us moist and nourished using misting sprinklers. Okay, can't use any of the ops because we don't have any money. Let's see if I'm sending... This place is old and yet an infant next to the monuments of the Aztec. It has seen much hatred and suffering, nurturing an evil that should never have been allowed to enter this world. Ancestral agony, suffering and vengeance. Hatel Uruk, the sack bleeders will feast on your soul. Back off, Fellspawn. Your kind has no influence in this reality. We were called here, invited by the ones seeking comfort and power. They're always hungry for more. Look and see... Thank you very much for the follow, Sprout Giant. Invited by the ones seeking comfort and power. They always hunger for more. Look and see the true nature of Marlock Tenor. The sack bleeder is treacherous. Leave him to us and leave Obulus 5. So you can attack the shadow image or ignore the image and take the Psi Stone. We'll ignore it. Your illusions cannot fool me. I did not come to face you, Loikarn. The Psi Stone of Malice, spreader of your corruption, is what I came for. And you have chosen death, old fool. Loikarn will not be denied his prize.
Objective completed.
Loikarn has manifested an echo of itself to protect the Psi Stone of Malice. Destroy the echo and take the Psi Stone. So this thing... about evenly matched. Bring it. Herald of Oblivion. So again, I was talking about like wild factions and models and stuff like that. Behold. So what's good about Beyond Earth versus this? So I am I'm kind of in the minority in thinking that Beyond Earth was a good game. So Civilization Beyond Earth basically takes the... So like the thing is if your starting position is Civilization 5 and that really works for you, Beyond Earth has a very large number of the features of Civilization 5 that made it enjoyable. So like I think that's one of the reasons why it becomes a more easy title to recommend, because in the case of Civilization Beyond Earth, it's sort of a known quantity. One of the things that I think worked rather well for Civilization Beyond Earth is the decision to make the... So when you play a Civilization game, obviously you have your tech tree, and you'll make a certain number of decisions. I'm trying to figure out whether or not I want to try and take the ads out first or the bot. I think I'm going to take the ads out first, or attempt to. You know, there was nothing stopping me from bringing in reinforcements. I probably should have considered that. I may regret moving them so close to the indentured, but... Anyway, sorry. So, in Civilization, you're dealing with sort of history as it actually played out. And so, as a result, you have... like, your tech tree is going to be based on something resembling the way that we discover technology, whereas Beyond Earth is forward-looking. So if you've ever played any of the games by Amplitude, games like Endless Space, one of the things you might have noticed is that they have sort of kind of the circular tech tree. You're going to go sort of down different webs and whatnot, and some of the dependencies are a bit different than they would be in a standard Civ game. Beyond Earth kind of meets them at the halfway point on that kind of a concept. So you sort of have these different branches that you can go down, but there's a little bit of flexibility in terms of what sort of tech paths you want to go through. The other thing is I'm a huge fan of the game Alpha Centauri, so I think they did a really good job of making it a spiritual successor to Alpha Centauri while still taking advantage of all of the improvements that have been made to the Civilization games since we are in deep trouble. Since, you know, that really early one. I mean, Alpha Centauri was basically a Civ 2 style game. So I'd say probably the way to think about it would be Civilization Beyond Earth is good if you... Ready. I was going to build the additional unit, but I think in this case I want to just whack him. Oh, wow. That was not the right call. Oh, yes it was. Sorry, I know I'm jumping between topics here. So I'd say Civilization Beyond Earth is the choice if you basically kind of want an experience very similar to what you're already familiar with. If you like Civilization, Beyond Earth is a really good science fiction civilization game, but there's also sort of the limitation in the sense of you're already familiar with what you're getting. Like there's not necessarily going to be anything. There's not really going to be anything above and beyond what you're already working with. It is a very tough call. I think I'm gonna snipe the main guy. I may regret it though. Yikes. I might lose my indentured now. But yeah, so basically you have your known quantity in the form of civilization beyond Earth. If what you're looking for is... Wow. I don't think we're going to lose this, but this is a really costly fight. If on the other hand you want something that's maybe a little bit more battle focused, or if you, again, like the biggest thing about the Age of Wonders series is that it is really fantasy focused. I need to figure a way of getting my my snipers out of here. I think I need to deliver the damage first. But yeah, so the big advantage to Age of Wonders Planetfall is definitely sort of the more military focus. The ability to sort of say, okay, I'm going to be, you know, I'm going to have larger than life figures doing incredible things on the battlefield. And you know, there's still that building focus, but if you do what I do in Age of Wonders Planetfall and only focus on building infrastructure, you're going to find yourself at a pretty quick disadvantage. So I don't want to say it's more of a... I don't want to say that it's more of a war game, because that's really not the appropriate label. But it definitely has... Like, obviously this tactical... Yeesh. This tactical level is really...
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Probably should have done more to save that sniper unit.
Unit destroyed.
I'm just trying to make the most of my existing unit here, but this is a really tough enemy. So close. Maybe we'll be able to get like the reply with this guy, but I don't know. Yeah, no worries, Sprout Giant. I'm sorry that I'm so distracted by the game here, but I think you can kind of get an idea. Like, obviously, this is a lot more involved in the Civilization combat. And this is the big thing for me, is like, I love Civ, and I love... oh, you know what? Arc damage to all enemy mechanical. In this case, I need to spend the points. Halo God 15X, thank you very much for the follow. And Kitty Jennings, I'm sorry I wasn't ignoring you. I'm just trying to manage all the attention. Always happy to see you, no matter how much time has gone by. All right.
Enemy destroyed.
I didn't want to spend the money, but I was going to have...
The Syndicate rules supreme.
12 damage to all units, which means I would lose my growth unit. We already lost Assassins and Indentured. Suffering the agony, the abyss will swallow you, Hadal Esran, one day. The echo of Loricam is retreating. The path to the Sigh-Stone of Malice clear. Swarm Herald Chaz Uzkol. In these claws I hold the true source of our people's continued agony. While we preserve and nurture the suffering with our ancestral dreams and kindle our hatred with forbidden artifacts, the scars from the past will never heal. How can you say that the swarm should not remember, when it is all that is left of our hive since the unspeakable act that initiated the Zok-Sehar? If we forget the suffering of our ancestors, we will return to suffer their fate. We can honor our forefathers without constantly reliving the horrors they had to endure. The dreams are an important part of our heritage, but we should not allow them to define who we are. Each dream is interpreted and perceived in a different way. I urge you to visit the Swarm Herald of the Kirko Terim. Listen to his journey, and you will find that there is another path. Have a good one, Sprout Giant. I only probably have at least like 11 minutes left on me. I'm already about an hour past, but again, like, it's no coincidence that like Age of Wonders Planetfall always results in me spending an extra hour on the cast. Like, it's a game that really sucks me in. So, and whatever you wind up going for, I mean, even if you just go for, you know, another 1,000 hours in Civ, like, I hope you like whatever you want. These are all great games. So whatever it is, I'm just really happy that people are still into turn-based strategy games. All right, I see now that your mind is still in unity with the Swarm. When the famous dream reader of my people asked me to consult the Swarm Herald that has returned us to our home world on Zakirko, I will not refuse to show you some good faith. Still, you must in turn allow the Kirko Ula to stay in your safety until your safety on Obulus 5 is ensured.
Objective completed.
All right. I'm hoping I got the upgrade. Let's just see what we're looking at. All right, upgrade time. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna leave it. We need to get out of here. I think we're healthy enough to attack this next autonom unit. Oof. This is going to be a tough fight. And an Essence Gash? Non-Heritor, non-Forgotten units take 10 damage every time they gain an Essence charge. Okay, so the good news is we don't generate Essence in this army, but wow. This is going to be, yeah, this is going to be character building. This thing we need to prioritize because it's a melee unit. That's going to just cause chaos in my lines. Problem is all of this stuff is kind of scary, so... Okay, let's get the snipers in position first. If we can get shots off, I'll take them, but... Yeah, I can work with this. I mean, this is my main guy, so not impressive. Jesus. These guys are exposed, but this isn't the most exciting choice that I can make, but in this case I kind of want to give some cover to my guys. Alright, so the problem is these guys are definitely a lot more... Like, so there's a lot more attack power, and they are a lot more sort of organized. I think this is going to be a... that... changes everything in a super bad way. I did not think that we would be taking damage every turn. All right.
Operations available.
So I may have to use operations, but let's work with what we got first. So this is just begging to get hit by the AoE attack, but So I think first thing I got to worry about is the rift generator. I don't even really understand what it does that well, but Jesus. Okay, at least we'll be able to take this thing out.
Enemy killed.
Oh, because of the dimensional instability, I'm not able to attack. Christ. Alright, this guy's definitely gonna cause me some problems. I don't want to spend money on ops yet. Again, if they attack the hero, that sucks.
Our leader shall return.
But as long as I win the battle, we get him back. Units like indentured, that's another matter. Alright.
Unit has fallen.
This has entered a... we might lose territory now. So... this guy, because of his self-repair, we need to prioritize. The big thing is that this thing is completely disabled as long as he's desynced.
Good riddance.
So again, it's not dire yet, but
Pity.
actually, you know what? With the gash, I don't see us winning this. Let's do our best, though. Alright, I am very confused as to why I'm not able to attack this guy. So, these were a bunch of moves that I could have used to try and get some kind of an advantage. And apparently I can't do that now. I'm not gonna lie, that's actually kind of frustrating. So at this point I'll do the attacks that I can. There's really... Although, I might be throwing good money after bad at this point, but... do a quick arc discharge to take advantage of the fact that these two guys are kind of clustered. Yeah, so I don't seem to be able to click on this thing at all. I'm thinking this might be a bug, but it's definitely a fatal one, because that's... Yeah, so it got a crit! A crit!
Enemy destroyed. Unit destroyed.
Oh my god, we just lost this thing because of that.
Unit down.
Oh, that's so frustrating.
Enemy annihilated.
I wonder if there's a way that I can heal. I definitely don't have the money for the Sentinel. Okay, so let's try the Arc Manifold. That's very lucky.
Good riddance.
Okay. There's a very, very small chance we can survive this. Yeah, that's not happening. I'm pretty sure, like, anything that happens next round is going to take us out. Oh my god, yeah, so the fact that it came down to one unit and that the fact I wasn't able to attack the guy here resulted in my sniper dying, that is a really frustrating loss to swallow. Oh, but they sentenced me. Interesting. This might have actually just had mercy on me.
Enemy
Jesus
annihilated.
Christ.
The Syndicate rules supreme. Objective completed.
I mean, the bugs giveth and the bugs taketh away, I suppose. We're definitely not in any condition to continue here, though. So at this point, I think I should just bring all my forces back home.
The indentured come to us as feckless, unruly wretches. Our generosity fills them with purpose. Receiving the right augmentations, they're transformed into true assets. Indentured servitude is our offering to care for the needy. Cena of House Timor.
Okay. So I'm going to be going through all of my buildings, and we're going to change the production priorities, and we're going to change I'm going to do like a complete clean sweep of the economy, because at this point we need to rebuild our armies. Advancement tactics. Teleportation, not really. Technological supremacy gives me purging protocols and Sci-Tech drive modulator. It's okay, but not the end-all be-all. 30% bonuses from Arc. I mean, I have been pretty happy with this Arc focus lately, so let's do the Neuroelectric. Okay, let's bring... Again, everybody's kind of... At this point, everybody's got to go back home. We need to rebuild our units where we can.
Production ready.
Okay, non-aggression pact. I'm happy about that. Let's actually take a minute and talk with Jack Gilder. Greetings, Marlock Turner, valued friend. May our people leave this dark age behind us and prosper together. Let's do non-aggression. Your proposal is very welcome. We think alike. Improving our diplomatic state was the right thing to do. Okay, so that's removed a potential harm. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to audit my bases now, and let's just see. So, current focus is forest sectors upgrade. The main idea here, how long is it going to take me to... say 1 in 10 turns, we've got plenty of time. So, a lot of this is going to be focused on income-generating buildings. Or... oh yes, next question. Our existing... We definitely don't need a biofarm in the capital anymore, so we'll drop that. And we will... When the time comes, we'll build something for energy in its place, maybe? Possibly science? I'll figure that out later. Okay. And... Same story for these guys. So let's say civil engineering, then production. Actually, they're doing all right. So we need to have this in 10 turns. So 2, 4, 8. 4 after that's too late. So All right, moving right along. Key Volux. As much as I'd like a military innovation center, like we said, energy production is high priority. Colony Center. Oh, Central Science Lab. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm basically just looking to get rid of the biofarms in the bases because they've kind of, I think at this point they've kind of run their course. Yeah, we can get, or well, we will eventually get rid of that. Or there's a few things I need to do in this colony actually. I've been skipping out on the important things. All right. They again have a science lab. I'm actually not going to complain about the science labs, so as it turns out, this is the right thing for them to do. So yeah, I think part of this is just a structural problem in the fact that I've focused so heavily on science and whatnot that I haven't actually given myself enough resources to sustain the army that I was carrying. So a nice problem to have up to the point that I lose that army. So this is going to take a few turns to fix, although I can at least consolidate a few of my units when the time comes.
Perpetual motion machines are our business. Though now that I think about it, if we did invent such a thing, we'd be out of business. Dylan Allard, CEO of Forward Energy Solutions.
So +1 level to all energy sectors. Raising the sector level of a sector will increase the benefits from that sector exploitation and sector specializations in that sector. How many times can you fit the word sector in that statement? I'm tempted to go for operation effect. Oh yes, actually I probably have some other improvements to make. Let's do operation effectiveness now. I think to bring in
Operations available for priming.
So bring in more doctrines, we're actually going to need cash for it. But let's see if we can afford to... So this is an ongoing one. Now the problem is this gives me +10... this gives me +10 sort of opinion. And this... Okay, so this explains a lot. I colonized a volcanic area, so and as a result, I'm wasting 10 per turn to recover it. Fair enough.
Production ready.
We'll knock up the energy. Actually, we'll put that ahead of production.
Production ready.
Okay, so we're killing the biofarm. I don't get the option to build the new one yet, though. Alright, we'll wait on that then. Again, everybody back to the capital province till we can figure out what we want to do. I'm going to try guarding. For now, at least. I mean, there are a few units that I'm going to want to move into my main army, but... like I said, at this point, I'm going to try and rebuild into something I can make use of. Though actually, while I'm at it, maybe we can just go up to the guard. Maybe it's the wrong character that I bring like 1 leader to each point in the garden.
Production ready.
The nice thing is that while I'm doing all of this, I am probably should have been paying closer attention to some of this. Don't really need growth right now. This thing really is a science benefit. I think I'm going to wait on that. Let's just move our units.
Production ready.
Right. Oddly enough, this is the one unit where I don't actually think I have a whole lot to offer, because these are all sort of supplemental from the various quests and whatnot. Mind you, I'll find a place for all of it. So we're sort of back on track income-wise. I'm going to try and build up a little bit of surplus just because I am sort of tactic happy. Growth faction, of course they want they want a month's worth of, or a turn's worth of energy. We demand Sonoral's essence to keep symbiosis, Marlock Tenor. Sure. So again, part of this is just getting to a point where we can recover. Also, it looks like a lot of the NPCs are starting to get nastier, so that's something I'm going to have to keep in mind. As it turns out, having my army sort of ripped apart like this might be a blessing in disguise, just by virtue of the fact that I'm going to have some of these better... I'm going to have some of these better military facilities built. I should probably be building the... actually, this is the capital, so... something like this. At some point I'm going to need to flip it around so that we can make sure that the central biofarm is replaced with something more useful. But yeah, so with that elite building that I just did, so now we get the Subjugator, the Wraith, and the Zenith. So essentially it's going to cost me a lot. It's going to take me a while, but we are finally able to start building some of my more powerful units. And so when I start reconstructing my armies, they're going to be ones that have a little bit more heft than before. All right, so I just lost. I'm not quite sure why I lost the bees. And I may have to call this relatively soon, so... Horror of horrors, entropy's greatest abomination stalk the lands. These constructs of enmity must not be permitted to roam freely. We demand that all who cherish life and wish to gain our blessing do everything they can within the power to eradicate these intruders. I gotta say no to that, simply because I don't have an army capable of handling them right now. Part of this is just figuring out what the devil this meditate thing is. Okay, Bassadar can annex another sector. Let's maybe try not to take any more volcanic ones. It'd be super tempting to take that. What else do we have in the area? Yes. So I can't take Lost Mountain for some reason. Oh, probably because it's too far away from the main right. This is barren. That's not ideal, but...
Production
I'm
ready.
trying to knock out whatever energy I can get. Okay. So, let's just double check what these things do here. So, compact reactor designed to provide a boost to newly settled colonies. Energy grid provides base 10. Okay, so all of these just provide a base amount of resources. And given the fact that we're energy constrained right now more than anything else, let's just go for reactor cores. And at this point, I'm going to put that right up to the top priority.
Production ready.
Alright, they're working on the growth, so I'm okay with that. We need to figure out what we're doing with this place, so... Okay, so the forest, Sai Shrine. Yeah, the real tricky thing here is I don't actually have any real direct benefits for this one sector. So if we do upgrade, energy exploitation gives... I think at this point we'll just say energy.
Production ready.
The problem with thinking this way is that at some point all of this stuff is going to come online, and I'm going to realize how far I overcompensated on energy production. But we'll worry about that problem when we get there. I'm still investing in science, because obviously if we can get a bunch of cool new tech to play around with, that will help my mood considerably when we build the new units. I'm tempted to say that we'll be finishing here, but let me just take a quick minute and see where we're at on this round.
An enlightened civilization will not only care for groups normally considered outcasts, but they will elevate the least among them, thus enriching the whole. Empress Carmenia.
Alright, so that was largely about the doctrines. We've got 2 that we can work with now. We can also get rid of one of the doctrines if we really need to. Let's see if we can do something about getting rid of the volcanic effects, because what that's going to mean is I'm going to be able to recover 10 energy. Oh wow, actually we're doing pretty well. Lava exploitation. Colonies with a lava stream going through their domain generate 10 energy income. Volcanic sector level gives +1 to... Alright, adaptive exploitation seems like the best option at this point. I don't think it counts as a lava river going through it, but... Despite our attempts to grow on their warm towers, these autonom insist that we cannot grow vines on them. I'd love to, I just don't have the army, sorry. Alright, Bassadar. I thought... Oh, unexploited sector. That's different from what I thought. Again, we'll move the energy up the chain. I mean, 79 a turn. We're definitely in a better spot than we were before. But at this point, I'm going to let all of the construction sort of digest.
Incoming communication.
Hello, Morlock Tenor. I'm glad to hear from you again. Well, now, I'm not one for compliments, but I have to hand it to you. You really got all your ducks in a row over there. Hell, even my quartermasters are envious of your organization. Really? How bad is it over there?
Operations available for priming.
Alright, Echo Protocols, I'm always going to keep. Indentured Contracts. So the trick here is that right now I'm not getting a benefit from it, but yeah, actually I want to keep all of these. Now, as far as the rest of it, every faction that I'm at peace with. Noble Diplomat seems like a very good benefit right now. Economist will give me a Cool Eagle. Now's not the time, my friend. I'm actually wrapping up in like 5 minutes. Thank you very much for that, host. How are you doing? Hello, everybody from Cool Eagle. I'm now an hour and a half past the time that I was finished tonight, so I really mean it when I say I'm pretty much just wrapping up my choice right now. But now we're your problem to let you drop the raid on me. I'm just gonna end right now. Unless you can explain to me why my GPU is dying. Okay, so spending 100 in order to gain 15 for every faction I'm at peace with, I'm okay with that trade-off.
Doctrine enacted.
I'm curious how many we get. Cool. Yeah, that's worth quite a bit, actually. I'm not going to keep them this way. We're just... Do you have System Task Manager open? I believe right now it's at 100%. Well, 80% now, but if I click back on the game... Oh, 92, 91... CPU is 40%. But yeah, this is not a graphically demanding game. And I don't know if it's a driver thing or if something... no, I don't. I tried to set one up during the stream, but I know that was your suggestion. But the thing is, like, it seems... Whenever I've had temperature issues, I've also had a bunch of glitching associated with whatever was running too hot. So I'm a little less convinced that that's the problem here.
Sector annexed. Production ready. Happiness event in colony.
I really don't need the extra science, but I'm happy.
Happiness
event now this is
colony.
what I need. You were looking here right now, I'm back. Yeah, I I apparently don't know how to gracefully end a Paradox game. Alright, I'm going to hit the end turn, and we're going to save, and we're going to call it. 980 Ti. So apparently, to get a whopping occasional 60 frames on the strategic map in Age of Wonders Planetfall, it is consuming 100% of my 980 Ti. Keeping in mind, I am also encoding using the NVEC, so let's... Oh no, man, it's like 76% 3D, 8% video encode. Yeah, like this is all, apparently all going to the... the game. That is ridiculous. Alright. Let's not talk about my computer issues, though. This has been Age of Wonders Planetfall. I always go in hoping that... it was 25th when I when I started. I always go in hopeful that I'm going to see the end of the mission, and I never do. But that's fine because this game is really good at engrossing me. But all good things must come to an end. So I'm going to go to the main menu. Now let's keep talking about it so you keep the stream going. Thank you, especially to everybody from Cool Eagle's channel. I'm sorry that I am basically leaving right around the time that he 100% GPU to render the screen. That doesn't make any sense. Something weird's going on. I wonder what'll happen when I hit the stop stream. Maybe it's just not properly detecting what it's working on, but that does not make any sense at all. That, I mean, maybe I've got some virus on here and somebody's mining Bitcoin. Anyways, guys, thank you very much for hanging out with me and sharing this game. Thank you very much to Paradox, Triumph, Triple Point, whoever else I need to thank for the key both for Revelations and the base game. If you do want to pick it up, I am on Humble Bundle with their affiliate program, so if you use that link to pick up Age of Wonders Planetfall, that's specifically for Revelations. Planetfall's 33% off right now with the Humble Fall sale. You can also use that link to go and get like a bundle or whatever. You can choose how much of that goes towards me, if anything. But more importantly, I hope you find a game that you really enjoy. I've been having a great time with Planetfall. I haven't even finished the main campaign, and there's clearly a lot inside of Revelations. So what I'm definitely picking up about Age of Wonders Planetfall is the campaign mode. For somebody like me who really enjoys single-player games, the campaign mode gives a lot to chew on, and I love the fact that there's all these different threads that you can sort of go down. As much as actually, I would argue, as much as I enjoy some of the events in Stellaris, I think kind of once you run into an event, you kind of know what's going to happen. I've noticed that the reaction, it tends to be in Stellaris, like when I get an event, there's like 6 people in chat who are like, oh, you should do this, and there's like the automatic response people have, and I don't feel that way about Planetfall. Maybe people have gotten appropriate amounts of fear for backseating and all of that, but like the different decisions that you can make inside of this game, I don't know, I feel a lot more immersed inside of them. And that's not a knock on Stellaris. I think Stellaris has lots of wonderful events that come through their story packs and whatnot, but I've definitely felt really drawn into to the campaign story. So much so that I really haven't been spending a lot of time inside of Scenario, which is a whole other mode, which also has story elements inside of it. So overall, it's a wonderful game. It's a wonderful series by Triumph, but by far, Planetfall is my favorite. And it might mean kind of an orientation towards towards a more sci-fi bent, or it might just mean that Triumph has had a really long time to perfect the formula, but I've been having a great time with it. So as far as the rest of the week is concerned, a new episode for Morrowind will be up tomorrow. I will be back Wednesday. I'm not 100% sure if it's going to be Stellaris, Battletech, or Age of Wonders Planetfall. I'm doing all 3 at the moment, so Twitter's probably the best place to figure that out when I know. And I will be back on Friday as well, but I do have a train to catch on Saturday, so I'll probably not go very late like last time. So this is an improved Stellaris from your point of view? Not really, Endertal. I feel like they are 2 totally different games. In the case of Stellaris, it's really this big canvas for you to to paint your own science fiction story over. And it's a grand strategy game, which I think is quite different. Now, I will definitely say that Stellaris is the most 4X-y of the grand strategy games, but it definitely is, like, there's no question that Stellaris is a product of the Paradox Development Studio, which very much has its own kind of game, right? Like Crusader Kings 2, Europa Universalis 4, Hearts of Iron 4. I mean, they also made the games before them, obviously, but it's very much the thing that Paradox is known for. Age of Wonders Planetfall there's either 2 ways of looking at it. It's a more combat-oriented civilization, or I prefer to say inverted XCOM, which is to say that the strategic map kind of drives the majority of the game, and the tactical map is in support of the strategic game, whereas really the heart of XCOM is that tactical level, with the strategic level sort of augmenting the individual battles that you go between. Now again, it's not a knock to Stellaris, it's not a knock to Planetfall, not a knock to XCOM. They're all very much their own thing, it's why I'm playing all of them. But yeah, in the case of Age of Wonders Planetfall, I would say definitely it's a lot more, is definitely more 4X-y than Stellaris. And I think the thing that really makes this game stand out is that instead of living in the shadow of Civilization, it has taken the 4X genre and it has just carved its own place for it, so that instead of sort of being like Civilization but with science fiction units, which would be Civilization Beyond Earth, this is a game that kind of takes all of the fantasy ideas from the earlier Age of Wonders games and puts it in this really creative package. So anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed it. You haven't even considered this game. Thanks for the explanation. No problem at all, Endertall. And again, I'll be back with it. I just need to wrap up for tonight. I'm getting tired. Let me just take a minute here. Sorry, you're not going to be able to hear the music for a bit. Let me see who's streaming right now. Age of Wonders, Planetfall. There is one other person streaming Age of Wonders Planetfall right now, so we are going to raid XYFS. I have no idea who this person is. Oops.
I would never want to belong to
Thank you very much, Endertoll, for the follow. Sorry for those of you from Cool Eagle's channel. Obviously, really didn't give you a lot of gameplay, but like I said, I'm already over. So, and I think I have some maintenance to do on my computer. So I hope you all have a lovely evening. Do stop by. I mean, it's wonderful to support the Planetfall. So we'll see what XYFS has, and we'll see you all next time, either tomorrow for Morrowind or Wednesday for a live cast. See you then.